Er du klar?
5 sekunder. E4.
B6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kong C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Time, precision, and raw will. That's what drives me.
Fourth on the grid, Marius Nack and the Norwegian driver.
5,000 hours a year. In my line of work, milliseconds separates the best from the next best. In a constant battle against time. That's why time is so important, especially when I'm home in Ålesund. In many ways, this is where I get my inspiration. This is where it started. Therefore, it's always good to come home. I have an amazing team behind me. They are very important, allowing me to focus on what's my job. Millisecond for millisecond.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We have gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be back because I was missing round 5. I was busy with the Global Chess Festival myself. But I saw the video with Vladimir and Peter. I saw that they were lucky because you had such an interesting games running. I was envying you guys. Anyway, I see things are really, really, really changed, and some very fighting chess. And I think probably none of us were surprised from sportive point of view that actually Jan beat Magnus. Of course, from strength point of view, it's a surprise, but it happens so often that somebody who is playing badly in the tournament, right? He actually gets all the energy back and he's so motivated to win the game of the tournament. And actually that's what happened. Jan won against Magnus, and 3 decisive games in the previous round, in round 5, in the classical game. I think it was the first time in the tournament that this happened. And so what is the standings right now? Now, Aronian took the lead with 11 points, Firuza 10, Magnus with 9, Caruana 7, Duda 4, and Tari has 1.5. So can you tell a little bit, recap what was happening yesterday, Vladimir? What was the most interesting highlight of the event? I saw you were analyzing something and there was some exchanging missing over there, here and there, just for a change.
Yes. First of all, thank Judith. It's very nice to see you back. Yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So recap of yesterday. Magnus went with black against Duda into a very complicated position. I thought his position was perfectly fine, had many different ways of playing, but then somehow he lost a track and finally missed some tactics. And actually, I think that Jan-Krzysztof played a very good game and won, I would say, that quite deservedly. Frankly speaking, and I'm pretty sure that today Magnus will be really eager, even more than usual, to take his revenge. Then the other game, Firuza against Tari, was an Italian, and I would say that Firuza also had a deserved victory. He slowly outplayed. At some point in the middle game, Ariane went wrong, had a few interesting possibilities, but he played too passively, got into worse endgame, and then Firuza won it pretty quickly. So now again, Tari is white. I'm sure he's not going to play for a draw. He will try to win today as well, probably inspired by the Duda's performance yesterday. And the third game, Aronian Caruana today. Yesterday, Fabiano, he played a very sharp line in Nimca Indian with f3. Levon, I'm not sure if he had confused the move order or not, or maybe it was his preparation, but his position looked a bit suspicious out of the opening, but then everything started to go well. I think they both played pretty well up to a certain point. We thought with Peter Swidler, who was commenting yesterday, that at some point there was a pretty balanced endgame, but Fabiano maybe was a bit short of time, and he allowed the black knight to activate to get to a3, and then the rest of the game, and actually as a full game, Levon played very well. It was an excellent game from his side, and he won also deservedly with black. And today, I think he wouldn't mind to continue and to try to win as white, because he's a leader in this tournament. I'm not sure he's going to take a lot of risks because he's leading, but still, I don't think he will be satisfied with a boring, quiet draw. So that is a recap. The situation in the tournament is very complicated. I would say that 4 players are still fighting for the first place. If Jan-Krzysztof will manage to hold today, or maybe, who knows, maybe even win, then he can also join this fight. So, very interesting tournament. Now the first half has been played. We are entering the second half of the tournament, and I think usually what happens in such events that the second half is always even more entertaining than the first half, because everybody starts to take even more risks because everybody wants to win the tournament, obviously. And I don't think that we are going to have anything different than we had experienced so far. And so far, every round was very, very interesting.
Well, actually, I think it's kind of interesting to see that now the players are going into the second half of the tournament. It's a 10-round tournament because it's a round robin, but double round robin. So players play against each other with both colors. And actually, we are exactly repeating the fifth round. It's only with reversed colors. So now the players are playing against the same players today, which is actually making a little mini match during the tournament, right? That round 5 and 6 is kind of a mini match against each other.
Yeah, well, it's a bit unusual way of setting the rounds, but basically, as a chess player, I know it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make a big difference. So why not to play twice in a row with the same player? And then, so as I understand, it goes like first, second, third, fourth, fifth round, and then it's other way around. Yeah. So basically, the players who have met each other in the first round of this tournament will play in the last round. As I understood.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
The beginning when Tari and Jan-Krzysztof started the tournament with a very bad start, 0 out of 2, we were discussing how is it the psychology of it. And now actually the world number 2 has to face the same situation because he lost in round 4 and 5. And now he has to be playing against Levon with the black pieces. And actually we can see the board.
Yeah. As we say in such situations, sometimes, you know, in Russia, that a player, he made a short castle and he has to avoid making a long castle. You know, yeah.
Good. Well, it's interesting that Levon started out with, first of all, e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and he played this solid c3, not entering into the open Sicilian. But how often does he play e4?
Lately, he started to play e4 from time to time. I think the previous round against Firuza, when he was white, he played e4. So now I would say he is a player who is playing e4 and d4 probably like 50-50. I think everybody nowadays in the world, there are very few players who play only one first move, only open or only closed openings. Most of the time in nowadays chess, you have to be able to do both, or even adding with c4 and so on.
Talking about you play many openings or only one, I see Firuza, it's board and it's a Caro-Kann again.
No, with black it's a different story. With black you cannot afford as much as with white. So it's quite logical. That's quite a usual setup, opening strategy of many top players that as black they have a very well prepared and opening, only one usually, or sometimes two, and then with white they're playing everything. Because nowadays chess, it's quite difficult to get an advantage with white in any opening. So your best chance is to try to play everything, that your opponent cannot prepare for you, and then try to find the weak spots in his black's preparation. And as black, since opening, with the machines, basically they equalize, they manage to get equality, in many different openings. So with black, there is no point to play everything. You have to stick to one or two openings and then to study it well, and then just to try to equalize. That is a very common strategy nowadays, and I see most of the players are doing this now.
Well, I think, of course, it is different, the strategy, your opening preparation with white or black. But what was very interesting for me to see, for example, when I was a teenager, which was quite some decades ago, when I was playing, I remember the first game I played against Karpov. It was 92. I was 16 years old. I was playing in a tournament. He won the tournament at the end. I became second. And I was playing with the white pieces. He played, I don't remember exactly whether it was French or Caro-Kann, but it was, it ended up with move 16, 17. My bishop was on b2, his queen was on a5, bishop e7, and then we played bishop a3, bishop b4, repetition of moves.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in a shock that how come he didn't want to beat me. I was, of course, much lower rated player, and anyway, he was the world champion at the time. And he was, for example, absolutely not ambitious, so to say, with the black pieces. He was really, I mean, with black, he didn't mind draw at all. He was just going with the flow. If you push it, I beat you, or I try to beat you. If not, I just hold it. And with the white pieces, he was just really going for advantage and ready to go for whatever amount of hours to sit there and torture you.
Yeah, that's a strategy also. Yeah, the different players. I used to have quite similar strategy at some point. First I was playing Sicilian, but then I went to some I switched to some classical openings, and I would say that, yeah, that was my strategy. But there are other players like Garry Kasparov who tried to play for a win with both colors. But frankly, sometimes it's just actually it's a matter of luck, if you want. Yeah, because for instance, it depends what kind of openings you start to play, yeah, and what kind of style you have. Let's say if you have classical style, you play e5, e4, e5, d4, d5. It's simply difficult to do it. But once Garry had a very sharp repertoire from his childhood, so he got to, and also it was suiting his style very much. So I don't know. I wouldn't say something is better than another. And definitely, if you're a strong player if you play in tournaments, probably the Kasparov, let's say Kasparov's concept is more favorable. But in matches, it might be a problem. Yeah. So for World Championship matches, maybe having a very solid and waterproof repertoire as black is maybe more convenient. So yeah, but in any case, in a way you don't choose so much this. Yeah, it just happens somehow. Like,
yeah, but if you see, for example, is the Caro-Kann, which Karpov's main repertoire. It was for some time Karpov's main repertoire, and you can see that Firuze, for example, he's not playing for. He's much more open. Karpov was. Simply, Karpov was not so ambitious. He said, okay, I don't mind simply.
Yeah, but we shouldn't forget that Karpov was playing with a very, very top players. You know, once you start to play top tournaments, you are facing black, you're having black with players like Aranyan, Caruana, Carlsen. You also get a little less ambitious, you know, somehow, and they don't let you really be very ambitious so much. I'm sure that Firuze, he's playing Caro-Kann, okay, but he's very happy if he equalizes and makes a draw. Yeah, it's just that the players are against him. They want to play for a win. And also, we shouldn't forget that nowadays chess became more aggressive. Yeah, in general, players they are not shy to play G4, H4 at any moment. Yeah, it's a little bit different, I would say, understanding of chess nowadays. Fashion of playing chess, and nowadays it's quite even Caro-Kann can turn into a thriller.
So let's see the game, what is going on. It started out with quite a solid game with the C3 Sicilian, and entering into this main line, which probably you played also, or you never had this kind of game.
Judith, I'm sorry, but we've played together, I think, in Rapid, in Monaco.
You played some C3 or I did? I don't remember.
I did. With
you
White.
Did, yeah?
Yeah, I think we've played some Rapid game, 95, maybe this kind of, time, 97, something like that. But I was taking CD4 and then knight C3, bishop D3, isolated pawn. Instead of knight C6, I think you took on D4 and something like that. So
earlier.
I've played a bit of Sicilian with C3, yeah, a little bit in the 90s.
Mm-hmm. Well, knight D4, A6.
I see that nowadays there is a certain kind of revival of this Sicilian with C3, I start to see that some players, some strong grandmasters, they start to play it back again because maybe Sveshnikov was a big developer of this E4, C5, C3, and but then at some point I think they just couldn't find any idea in the main lines, and it totally went out of fashion, and now the fashion is slowly coming back. Yeah, so you see even on the top level in this tournament, somebody starts to play E4, C5, C3.
Yeah, well, I had a period of time when I was quite annoyed by people playing C3 against me. They wanted to avoid the open Sicilian, and I was not happy at all that I had to face this.
Yeah, you see, that's true. But also, I remember times when, let's say, E4, C5, knight F3, D6, bishop B5 check was
also not fun.
Was almost like a draw offer, I mean, if somebody plays this, it means he's very afraid to play main Sicilians and he wants some safe game and probably, he doesn't mind to make a draw. Now it's basically maybe, very serious.
Main weapon.
Yeah, very serious try for advantage. Yeah, so same might happen with E4, C5, C3. You never know.
Not. I mean, after C3, you really have to work hard to make it a sharp game and very interesting. Of course, it can be, but usually it starts out with a very solid, very slow.
Yeah, but at least usually the theory doesn't go for 20 moves after C3.
That's true.
That's another advantage, because here now we see the position in Aranyan Caruana game. I mean, it's a fight. Yeah, it's quite solid. I don't expect some thrillers or some sacrifices and keen attacks, at least not soon. But it will be a long game, it seems to me. I mean, I don't see any also realistic chance that all the pieces will be exchanged soon and will be a boring draw. I think it will be a game.
Let's see the Carlsen Duda game. This opening in the Slavs, 3e3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, b3. What do you think about this move?
I've played myself it as well. Of course, I don't know what kind of move I haven't played in my long chess career. b3, it would have been a nice move further, but the problem was bishop b4, if I remember well.
Instead of
I didn't
b6.
like it because of bishop b4, and there is a theory bishop b2 now, I think, is played. Knight e4, some very direct play. Knight e2. And there are different moves. I think Jeroen Piquet, we played. Yeah, there is some queen h4 move, g3 or something, yeah. g3, it was going like this. And then some strange play, queen f6, f4, I guess, or something. But I remember that I've played it once, at least once, against Jeroen Piquet in some rapid chess also in Monaco, and somehow he managed to equalize it in a very simple fashion, like he played c5 or something, and then I actually got nothing, and then since then I thought this line was not very dangerous, but it's a side line, I guess. Duda, he doesn't know much this line. Now it's a good version. It's a good version for white. I mean, usually you don't get this in Meran. It doesn't mean white is better, but at least white definitely. Let's say if after b3 black would always play b6, then b3 would be the main line. There's no doubt about it. Even if still I would say that, of course, it's perfectly playable for black. I mean, it's. But usually you cannot really get this setup with white in Meran.
So we can say that actually the theoretical battle is already in Magnus's hand.
Oh, slightly, very slightly, yeah, very slightly. I just think, I'm not sure that maybe bishop b2 is very natural, but maybe it's a slightly inaccurate move further. I would have played bishop d3 first. And then knight e2 to develop first like this, to be in time to castle, yeah, and then only developing the bishop, because after bishop b2, bishop b7 now, what I think that bishop d3, you have to consider maybe even c5 immediately, or this kind of.
And after knight e2, would you grab the g2 pawn?
Yes, I maybe I would, yeah. Also, I could have tried dc, bc, c5, yeah. I mean, at least I don't see, yeah, bishop d3 maybe was slightly more accurate in my opinion, but what takes c5, and you have to put your knight on f3, which is also perfectly logical, of course. But okay, these are some minor nuances.
Okay, so the question is, do you consider that black can go c5 maybe here?
Well, no. It's white to move now. I mean,
no, actually, yeah. Sorry.
Yes,
no,
I mean the thing is that
bishop
of course,
d3.
If you
bishop
put
d3 c5.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, if you put the knight on f3, of course it's an option. It's a very decent option. But yeah, I thought to use the knight is on g1. My plan was, if black doesn't play bishop b4, is maybe to try bishop d3, knight e2. Knight f3 is perfectly playable, and then we get to a typical position. Usually black plays puts bishop on e7, bishop d3, castle, knight bd7, and again I had some games in this position. I think with Luke Van Velle, maybe 2 games even. Yeah, it's queen e2 and so on. It considers to be very complicated, slightly better for white, slightly more comfortable, but also, yeah, I mean, I think Magnus in general can be quite happy with the opening result in such situation, because black doesn't have full equality here, even if he is very solid, and it's a very complicated game full of pieces. I mean, I think that's what Magnus likes in general usually.
Okay, let's see what happens with Tari against Firuza. They are also kind of playing a sideline, I must say, bishop d3. At least when I was playing this system, I considered I'm playing a sideline. Otherwise, I was playing more the Panov attack with c4.
And of course, I'm sorry to be repetitive, but of course I've also played bishop d3, line knight and c3 and so on. That's also
Fischer played it back a long time.
It's not stupid. I mean, it's not so easy to equalize with black, because it's like a fantastic Carlsbad. Bishop is already on d3. I mean, like on d6. And I remember I had some games I managed to beat Fabiano in a couple of years ago in classical game in this line. So it's not so easy. Yeah? So bishop g4 is a strange, it's a very rare move. Usually black
queen c7 is the classical move. No?
Or queen on knight c6.
Against bishop f4.
On knight c6, bishop f4, bishop g4, it's another way of playing. But bishop g4, it makes sense, but I guess it is a preparation. Yeah, knight c6, bishop f4, usually white is playing. And now the theory goes bishop g4, queen b3, queen c8, or queen d7, and so on. White is trying to get knight d2, knight f3. And then usually white tries to jump with a knight to e5 and to develop some attack on the king side.
But black played bishop g4 instantly, queen b3, queen c7, h3.
I guess it's some tricky move order, which, there's probably the idea that if normally black would play bishop h5, but maybe g4, g5 can be there. Yeah, it can be an issue, I suspect. Yeah, otherwise, of course, bishop h5 is very normal move, but g4, bishop g6.
Okay, but maybe knight e2 is possible and knight f4 threat.
Yeah, that's possible, but yeah, that's of course definitely playable, but maybe here takes.
Would you really take that pawn on d5?
I don't know. It's after all, it's a healthy pawn. I mean, I guess black has some counterplay with knight d7, e5, knight c6, but it's still a pawn. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe it's even a theory. I don't know.
But black went bishop d7, knight f3, knight c6. So this is what we are having. It's on the board.
Well, yeah. I mean, white, of course, has achieved something, because usually black really tries to put bishop on f5 or g4 in those positions. Now he has to have it on d7. I suspect black will play e6, bishop d6. So his bishop is maybe slightly, that's played. It's not in the most active position, but it's very playable. Yeah.
Yeah. On the other hand, it seems like white is not necessarily ahead of development, I must say. Black will be very fast playing bishop d6.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow you will never control the e5 square.
Well, the key of this position is control of e5 square. Yeah, once if white manages knight e5, usually he can get some pressure, but for now it doesn't seem to be very realistic yet.
Not realistic.
I mean, rook e1 probably will be played.
In the short term, it's not going to be the case.
Bishop d6, yeah. And then very typical is to have the queen on e2 and then try to go knight e5. Yeah, I would say bishop g5. Yeah, the question is, I'm not quite sure you want to take on f6. Yeah,
I just want to develop. I didn't say I want to take.
But h6, maybe I will ask you, where do you go?
That's true.
I mean,
yes,
you can take on f6, of course,
but I didn't feel like to go knight d2 and close.
I don't see where. Yeah, because you see, actually, with the pawn on h2, it strangely enough, it maybe would be a better version for white, because then he can play knight f1, knight g3. Yeah, it's
and
quite,
also it would be possible to play bishop g5 and after h6 bishop h4, right? And then after g5 we would have bishop g3.
Yeah, exactly. So that's that is very strange. Phenomenon in such positions. I notice myself that very often here pawn on h2 is staying better than on h3, even if logically it's not shouldn't be the case. But I would say, to me, what is logical? Maybe like queen c2 and queen e2 and trying still to go knight e5.
But if you go queen c2, isn't it that queen b3 was not necessarily a good plan because white is losing time?
But at least
I
like
would even
this,
consider, what about playing long castle?
Long castle? I mean, yeah, possible, but it's usually very, very scary. Yeah, before maybe even, before. Maybe e5 can work, b5, e4.
White is not very developed, I must say.
That's true, yeah.
Even knight d4, e4 maybe was a move.
Or maybe then I should still go queen e2, yeah? Just to be more... And still trying to get knight e5. Yeah, it's maybe possible, I don't know. It might be possible for black. But okay, long castle is really sharp, yeah? It's really like asking for trouble. I mean,
so what do you
from
bet?
Both sides.
Is he going to castle long or no?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think usually people, they try to castle short here, but Alireza is a very active and aggressive player. I would say he likes complicated positions, so I wouldn't be surprised if he would go for long castle. But let's see what white is going to do, because he can also just try to play bishop e3, knight d2, and...
Queen c2, e2, knight e5 is very logical what you said, but here maybe after knight e4 is possible after bishop e3.
In general, yeah, knight e4, f5 is a very logical plan in these positions. It's just that since you haven't castled yet, I don't know if it will work tactically. I'm just thinking about if bishop takes e4 can work after knight e4 and followed by knight g5.
Just go knight g5.
But you have knight a5, yeah, then maybe. Still
this queen on b3 is not really standing too well, I must say.
It's true, but usually it comes back at some point, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking maybe, yeah, that's maybe to go to d1 and then to have check on h5, I don't know, yeah. Yeah, the knight e4 is an option, but also castles, even if a very quiet move like castles, knight d2, in general, bishop on e3 is not doing so much, yeah, here.
Yeah, well, after bishop e3, you will not really even...
Yeah, now it will be very difficult to get a piece on...
I mean, even knight h5, e5. Knight f4, I would consider maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a game. It will be probably a complicated game. I think white must try to get to e5. Of course, it's a pity to play queen b3, queen c2, queen e2, but I'm not sure if there is any other way to enter to e5. But you see, queen b3, the idea of queen b3 was like actually maybe it was the only way to force black bishop on d7. Otherwise, if in these positions bishop stays on this diagonal on h5, then black has
But why not queen c2 for example?
Because then let's say e6, and then I get my bishop. I mean, my bishop is staying there. Usually it's it's pretty fine for black if bishop gets to h5 g6. So that was the idea, I guess. Yeah, let's say then I change bishops, and this type of position is normally perfectly okay for black. So queen b3, h3, the idea is somehow to kick the bishop to d7 back.
Yeah.
Because of course it's slightly passive, at least for now, on d7. So let's see what Arjan will do now. There are not so many logical plans actually in this position, as far as I can.
Let's see. There is a move has been made after a6 between Levon and Fabiano. Bishop d3, bishop d6.
Yeah, and you see, by the way, Fabiano is playing very fast. Yeah, so even this position, this very rare line, it seems that he has some preparation here, which is quite surprising because it's really a forgotten line. I mean, and really old-fashioned one. But it seems that he is prepared even here.
You know what is something very interesting for me, and I was not even discussing it with too many people, but I had the experience that some people, they have such a great sense of preparing from the point of view that they prepare somehow very practically. Somehow they prepare and search for ideas which actually going to be standing on physically on the chessboard in a tournament. Because we see that Fabiano was telling us in game 1, the idea, which was a very beautiful idea, a pawn sacrifice in the Paulsen, was actually just found the day before by his second Rustam Kasimjanov, right? So somehow it happens that this is why you have to work all the time, that sometimes the day before you find something, sometimes maybe it takes years until you're going to be seeing it on the chessboard. But still, this was always a big question for me. How can someone prepare so well that he or she feels so well what is really the practical preparation? That, okay, this is going to be standing on the chessboard and I'm prepared for this for two, 3 moves.
No, but you see, Judith, I think there is concept of our dinosaur generation was very different to nowadays concept.
We are not that old yet.
No, but it's
referring this like new generation. Judith, in our times, it was so different.
But you see, I mean, the thing is that now I see more and more with employees, the preparation is very concrete. It's just trying to prepare for each concrete game. But basically, when you just analyze, and finally at some point, there is an effect of accumulation, yeah? So you have lots of knowledge. I'm not sure that Fabiano was preparing it for this particular game or even for this particular tournament. Maybe he did this work a year ago, preparing for another tournament and so on. So it's important to understand that usually the work is not getting lost, yeah? And that's why it's very important to make good work, not just this kind of hasty little 10 minutes computer preparation because your opponent can play this. But really, if you do a good job, it will, you will have it on the board. If not tomorrow, then maybe at the end of the tournament. If not at the end of the tournament, next tournament, or maybe in 2 years. I've myself had a few actually novelties which I've used many years after and very successfully. So that's why it is important to to work having in mind that, not necessarily the next game, but just that's and to work quite seriously, to make good work. Good work will not be lost. That is for sure.
What is also very interesting, I've been talking with you about it, I think, and with Anand and everybody who was playing a World Championship match. It's very clear that whoever is the winner or the set, being on the set part, the loser, but when you prepare for a World Championship title match, you work a lot, months practically. And what I've heard, it's usually the work done there, you can use it you have a resource of sometimes for a year or two with your
That's
preparation.
true. Yeah, that is true. And because usually, of course, you just play 12, 16 games in World Championship match, but you work for, I don't know, a few months, in preparing, and then you use only very small part of it, but the rest is not getting lost. That's very important to understand that. First of all, you start to understand the openings positions you've analyzed much better, and secondly, you are starting to use it slowly and surely in the next coming tournaments. And also sometimes your trainers, they also use it, basically I would like to move from this point on to an introduction of our guest today.
We have our special guest here today with us, Joel Letier from France, but I think he's living in different countries in different period of his life. Right now, he lives in Spain, in Barcelona. Well, we were playing in quite a lot of different tournaments, and he was very much on the top of the world back some time ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago, something like that. His best result was being top 12th. But we can say, I think, that he's the only player who in classical game has a plus against Kasparov. So welcome, Joel.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you.
Yes, very nice to I would like to continue my the presentation. By the way, he is one of two players who has positive
I was going to say, yeah, you're missing someone important here.
and they are both here, by the way.
Sorry, Vlad.
Joel is a good old friend of mine for a very long time. He was a very, very strong chess player. We played a lot with him in top tournaments in the 90s. Joel was part of my team in 2000, 20 years ago, for the match when I was preparing and during the match against Kasparov. And what else? Joel has stopped chess in 2006. Now he's a successful businessman. But still, I think he can help us analyze games today. And anyway, it would be very interesting to know how is he doing nowadays, and to ask a few questions. Also, to finish my introduction, Joel is a unique person, at least in the world of chess, who speaks almost all existing languages in the world, at least perfect English, Russian, excellent, of course, French, excellent, German, Spanish, and I don't know, I guess some more, some Japanese. And
I even speak a bit of Catalan these days.
Yes, very interesting person, a very, very strong chess player. And true, yes, I think you've played 10 games, classical games with Kasparov, and you have +1 against him. So
this is where I stopped my career after I reached that point.
Joel, can I ask you my first question, that how did you come to the conclusion that you quit chess and you move into other fields of life?
Well, actually, this decision had been brewing for some years. I actually quit chess in 2006, but I had been thinking about it for at least 2 or 3 years before that.
I thought you wanted, Joel, sorry, you wanted to say since 2000 work in London, I think you were probably so tired that you decided it's not worth it, no?
Yeah, that was definitely a factor, especially having to analyze the Berlin defense for, I don't know, half a year.
Yeah, that's understandable.
This can basically stop anyone from playing chess, but basically it was. I think it's something that anybody who has started professional sport at a very young age feels at some point, right? I mean, you've been in this in this environment, in this competition ever since you were small, and there are days where you think, well, life is is varied. There are so many things you can do. Maybe it's worth trying something different. And so, of course, it's not enough just to want to try something different. You actually have to find something worthwhile. And so that took me a bit of time, but eventually I moved to business. I always wanted to do something related to business, and this is where actually chess indirectly helped me, because thanks to chess, I got to know Russia. I got to learn Russian. France is a nice country, but if you want to do business, especially when you start late, and you want to be an entrepreneur, it's not the best country in the world. I mean, you'll probably be paying taxes for 10 years before you start doing anything, right? So I figured let's try, some country where things are happening, a dynamic place, and Russia was such a place, especially in 2006.
And what did you do? So tell us about your business career. So what is your situation now? Where are you? In which area of business?
Yeah, well, I always get this question, of course, from friends who used to know me in the chess world. I guess this comedy series Friends, right? It's quite famous, and so there's this character in the series which is called Chandler Bing, and this guy basically nobody knows among his friends what he's really doing. I mean, he always explains what his job is, and nobody understands what he really is doing. And so it's a bit my situation. Basically, what I'm doing is, to put it simply, I advise on corporate deals. So that's called mergers and acquisitions. So my role is to help one of the sides close the deal, make a valuation of the other company, lead negotiations, structure the deal, all kinds of things until there's a deal at the end.
So can you explain it a little bit? You said that, of course, chess helped you in some way. What way did it help you in business, being on such a high level in our sport?
Well, I think it's helped me in many ways. First of all, because when you play chess at a top level, you are used to, let's say, psychological and mental tension for a long period of time, right? And I think in business, obviously, that helps because you always have to, multitask and to, solve all kinds of issues all the time. And so I would say that in chess, being a professional chess player, you're not afraid of tense moments, of moments where you have to actually concentrate very hard, which I've noticed is something which many people try to avoid. They prefer to leave it for later or whatever. I think on the contrary, professional chess players are looking for that because it's what they're used to and it's what probably we're good at, right? So that's one thing, and the other thing is also to be very adaptive. So basically, you're faced with one situation. You understand that you cannot always calculate everything, but you have to be ready to be as focused on the next time something happens. And business is interesting because it's also a game in many ways, but it has different rhythms. Sometimes it's as fast as blitz, and sometimes it's as slow as correspondence chess. And you just have to adapt your way of thinking to that.
It's interesting that I'm doing a lot of things. I don't go this deep in business, but I do completely other things than competitive chess since quite a few years ago. And when I'm dealing with different projects, many times I translate it in my mind that, well, as in the chess game, it's like, the opening, middle game, end game, or like I made a mistake, but I can correct it. I made a blunder and now I turned it and the other one. So do you also have this sometimes that you have a parallel that, well, actually it's similar to this or that, or not at all?
Yeah, I have that too, and I think one of the key things that chess players are used to, no matter what level they play at, is they're used to analyze their games after they finish. And that sounds very natural for a chess player, but it's not in real life, and especially in business. People always caught in the next thing that's going to happen, and sometimes they just think it's not worth spending time on reflecting what already happened. What happened already happened. But in chess, we know that, yes, you may never get to play the same game exactly again, but what you understand from this game will definitely help you, in the future. And
yeah, I think
doing that in business is also an advantage.
I think it's very interesting because I have this discussion many times with people who are not in chess. And when they ask me also that what are the things that I'm translating and using in everyday life also. And this is also what I'm saying usually, that the critical thinking and analytical skills, it's so difficult to switch off from our brain, right? I mean, I see with Vladimir also that we had the first day and immediately he said to the technical team that, well, can you send me the link because I want to see it, I want to improve it, I want to see my mistakes, And I thought it was so amazing to hear it from him that this is exactly how we can improve in everything. And this is what I feel that this is matter of attitude, right? And whatever we are doing with this mindset, we can really always get better from one day to another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, constantly striving for improvement. Yeah, well, that's. I think that's not only something that applies only to chess players, but any professional sports person, right? I mean, he's always used to improving his performance, because if you don't improve, then what's the point of doing what you're doing?
Well, not everybody has this attitude. But before we invited you, we were just discussing all kind of theoretical and preparations. And you were one of the person, I think, in the chess world when you were really there on the top, that you were also famous working extremely hard in your opening preparation, also not only at the chessboard. How do you see, do you follow quite a bit how it's developing these days?
Well, you know what I'm wondering? When I was quitting chess, I remember that the engines were already, quite good. Still, they were probably nowhere as good as they are now, but they're already pretty strong. And I remember very well that one of the challenges is that, as you mentioned, I was working on my openings quite a lot, and I was constantly using engines. And I could notice that when I was doing this too much, my actual, let's say, brain capacity was getting worse, just because you're relying, so much on the engines. After a while, first of all, you lose confidence in yourself, that you're able to actually think for yourself and come up with good ideas. Because, every time you test them with a computer, you start doubting yourself, right? And so what I'm wondering is, all these engines are even better now than they were then. And so how do players, keep their ability to think for themselves? Because this is very important. If you're not able to do this, well, I mean, not everything in chess is memory, right? So you have to come up with good ideas yourself. So,
well, I think
I wanted to ask you guys, actually.
Yeah, that's actually true, because, sometimes I was really trying to force my trainers, or people I was working with, even recently, when I had some young guys I was working with, to analyze the position. If it was not too forcing position, just not to switch on the engine, and to analyze it like this, and somehow because engine was showing, let's say, slightly, I don't know, equal or a little better for black, but I was telling them, but I feel there is, some practical potential. And they couldn't get it. Okay, how can it be? Because computer says 0.1 for black or 2, so it's unplayable for white. And then I was really trying to put them on the board and start playing. And after some time, they would sometimes realize that things are much more difficult when you play it actually on your own. Yeah, and that's true. But it's becoming more and more difficult to get young players, and I think it is a very, very important quality is to have your own vision of the position, and it not necessarily should be completely similar to the computer's vision, and it's okay, so that's true, but it's difficult. I think Magnus, again, talking about Magnus, that he is very good at it. He doesn't pay so much attention on the computer assessment, unless, of course, the gap is big, unless white is +1, that's enough. But, somewhere in between 0.2 and plus minus, that for me also it's not relevant at all. I rely on my intuition on whether I like the position or not. So, yeah, that's my way of doing it. But somehow it's nowadays it's quite a rare occasion. Usually young, especially players, they fully rely on the assessment of the machine, which is okay. I don't say it's good, bad, don't misunderstand me. It's another way of doing it. Yeah, as long as you do something and you're successful with it, you should keep on doing it. That's my vision. And also, last thing to add about it, and when I was working with Kasparov in 1995, actually, yeah, at some point we had a training session, and he never ever was touching computer. I think after as well. There was always a person who was sitting there, entering the moves, telling what computer, if there is a blunder or something, he would tell what computer is thinking. He would tell that there is a one, but he was always analyzing on the board without an engine. And, he could afford 100 computers, so the most powerful, but he knew the danger of getting, your brain, as Joel have said, that actually always using computer, looking at the machine, of course, it makes your brain function much less effectively. So if Gary did it, and he had quite success, with it, as far as I remember. So it probably means it makes sense also from time to time to switch off your engine.
Well, talking about this, just this morning, I got from a friend of mine, a Hungarian guy, very good coach, Gabor Pap. He was sending me this position. So sorry to interrupt the viewers and deviate from the games. Can you imagine in this position, black to move? And I just wanted to share with you because I think for me, it was so amazing. Of course, a computer move with black pieces. I just leave it for a few seconds. Any guess what is the best?
Knight B3 or something.
Yeah, you're good. You really stop playing chess.
Well, I mean, the introduction was a good hint. I mean, yeah.
No, I wanted to play B3, but then bishop B3, knight B3, rook A8, queen A8, knight C7. Yeah.
Something like this. I don't know why.
And there is no way you can actually unpin.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine you just go knight B3, knight E5, and black is better?
Yeah. That's quite nice. Something. Yeah, that's really beautiful. It's really beautiful.
I think sometimes computers really, it's Lila engine 0, Lila, but it's crazy, no?
No, of course nowadays they're so strong that because let's say 10 years ago when we were working in gel, of course, no computer would have seen it. Nowadays they're very strong, but still don't forget it's you who has to play. Yeah, it's not a machine. So in any case, you have to keep your mind fit, so to say. Yeah. So Joel, since you are very good at assessing business companies and so on, so maybe we can try to move to game and ask to the games and ask you to assess the positions and what are the chances of each players.
Yeah, sure. So we start with Aronian Caruana, I guess.
Yeah, let's see what have happened since we left this game. Bishop D3, Bishop D6 played, castles. Knight E7, it seems to me that it was still a preparation because it was played, it's not an obvious move, but was played very quickly. Queen C2, now sometimes E5, E4 is the threat, so Queen C2 is logical. And castles.
And this is where we're standing.
And it's very possible that Fabiano is still in his preparation. By the way, Joel, you have played quite a lot of E4, C5, C3 at some point, if I remember well.
Well, not a lot, but yeah, quite a bit, yeah.
Quite a bit, yeah.
I wasn't always a D4 player, but at some point when I decided to start something new, didn't want to learn the whole theory of Sicilian. So yeah, E4, C5, C3 was a good, easy way to do something different. Well, I mean, I think White's position is slightly more pleasant. I mean, at least it's pretty straightforward to play. So this queen on D7 is a bit strange. It's going to have to waste a tempo to put it back to C7. So yeah, I mean, my first instinct would be to say White must be a little better, but of course that doesn't say anything because you still have to find the right plan after that. But yeah, I would say I like White definitely. Yeah.
But probably Black will put his knight on G6, queen on C7, yeah.
Yeah.
And those positions are always very tricky. I've played quite a lot. Okay, all of us played a lot of this very typical pawn structure, yeah, from Sicilian, from French defense, from Caracan. And it's tricky. Sometimes it looks visually very nice for White, but at some point you're like, there is not really no development, yeah, of the initiative, and quite often Black can also take over the initiative. Yes, I mean,
yeah.
To tell you the truth, now I still have a little feeling. We discussed it one of the other day with Vladimir that somehow psychologically we always think that if the position is roughly equal, if we play it from the White side, well, probably White can be slightly better. But if let's say if we would just paint the pieces, so the white one would be black and the black one is white, I don't know if we would say the same. Actually, I think I like it with black if black can manage, and I don't see why shouldn't he be able to manage queen c7, knight g6, potentially playing e5 sometime.
Yeah, I mean, matter of taste. Yeah, matter of taste. I like it with both. I mean, sometimes but it's true. Sometimes you have this kind of structures which you like, yeah, in general. And with me, how it works, I actually like it with both colors. Yeah, I mean, if I feel like I understand the structures and nuances, I'm ready to play it with both colors somehow. or if I somehow don't feel that I get it, then usually not very successful also with both colors. So I've played with white, with black. This I wouldn't mind to do both actually.
I think I understand what Judith's saying is that in a way it's easy to foresee black's next 3 or 4 moves, right? I mean, Queen C7, Knight G6, and then either B5, Bishop B7, or maybe E5 if possible, or if white plays C4, maybe B6, Bishop B7. It's quite easy. And now white has made all the natural moves, so it's time to think and actually come up with something.
Yeah.
In a way, it's a bit more difficult to play white's next 2 or 3 moves.
But he has more choice also, because black's moves I almost force. Most probably he will go Queen
So what
C7.
would you do, Vlad? Rook D1 or?
I would consider even trying C4, this, I don't know if immediately, but trying to push pawns. I mean, if I can, let's say C4. Trying to see if it were Queen C7. I don't know if C5 might work. I don't think so, Queen C5 takes, Knight E6, Bishop E3, Knight F8, Bishop goes. It doesn't work probably. So
I'm sure our audience also can follow us.
But maybe Knight C6, maybe with compensation, but not more than that, no, this doesn't work because the knight is getting lost.
Trapped?
So that's, I would try to make...
But maybe I can, play maybe Knight C7. No, Knight C7 doesn't do anything. Just take on F2 with check. And that's it.
I would try different things. Of course, if C5 I don't manage and black gets B6, Bishop B7, then C4 doesn't make sense. So what I would do in this situation is try to make work different plans.
So what do you play?
I would try different things. Let's say some ideas, maybe even Knight G5, trying to go Knight E4 is an idea. Not sure if it's good, but it's an idea. Maybe even F4.
Wow.
Knight D5?
Very optimistic.
But Knight D5, I don't know if Bishop D2, because for the moment black definitely has better development, and then you never know, Rook E1, even maybe some play for initiative, who knows, because F5 trying to go all in, I would probably try to consider many different things and end up playing something boring and quiet. That's usually
I just take it?
I don't know, Bishop.
Now
F4.
you win, I think. Takes and Bishop B5.
Takes Bishop, for instance. But it makes sense to try because, there is a development advantage, white has. So it makes sense to be quick, But Levon, he had played Bishop G5. Knight G6 happened. That's beautiful. So Bishop G5, Knight G6. And now I'm pretty sure he's going to do something like maybe even H4 or something very direct.
H4?
Why not?
I know that nowadays H4 is like, if you don't play in a game H4
a must,
or G4, you're old-fashioned.
I'm not sure that you cannot just ignore it and play Queen C7, because taking the pawn on H7 might not be a very big deal. But of course, black's position is okay. If he manages to develop, he will be fine. But for the moment, it's questionable if he definitely...
You really like H4?
My idea was very concrete, is to take on F6 and play H5 just to grab the pawn,
Joe, how much are you following AlphaZero and the developments of crazy computer chess ideas?
Well, I think it's quite fascinating because I'm sure many people have said this before, but my reaction when I saw these first games, between AlphaZero and Stockfish was to say, well, this looks like exactly like, if a superhuman being had just beaten the computer, because it felt like AlphaZero was playing, human chess, because it was sacrificing pawns and pieces for a long-term initiative, and it was not, something that it was not gaining back its material in a few moves, and it was aesthetically beautiful to watch, if you want, one becomes lyrical, you could even say it was almost like God was playing chess, right? Because it seems so perfect. So it was quite an amazing thing to see, I must say. I was quite impressed the first time I saw that.
Was it a part of it that you stopped playing chess because the engines came into the preparation so much, or that was you don't think so?
Well, it's true that part of the the mystique of chess, right? The sort of thing that aura of genius that every strong chess player used to have before computers were around. It was very nice to be part of that, and that was slowly changing. So, but I wouldn't say this was the main reason. No, the main reason was just the curiosity, for something different in life. That was the main reason.
Actually, we have Rook D1 on the board now.
Rook D1 and I guess Queen C7. Yeah, I have a feeling maybe the idea is also to try to play, let's say, G3 maybe. And then to see how black will do. I don't know if G3 or Rook E1, just a useful. G3 seems to make, and then maybe, the idea might be one day like Queen D2, somewhere attacking the bishop, bishop F6, GF, Queen H6, some ideas like this.
I can go Knight G4 or something. Huh?
Knight G4, yeah. Knight G4, but I have a very, my development is good, as white. So let's say Rook F1.
Yeah,
black still has to finish development, somehow.
Well, H6, this G6 knight will be hanging, right? So
I wanted to go after it will
maybe
be
bishop D7, but the white has a very strong central position. I mean, it's. I wouldn't say that black has equalized very comfortably. Probably it's okay for black, but it's tensed. Yeah, the position is very tensed still, and white has kind of control in the center. It's a complicated game. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, maybe bishop D7, and
Yeah, maybe bishop D7, but white for now, for the moment, white has. I don't know why Fabi is thinking. I guess maybe not G3. Maybe there is some.
Well, maybe he wants to move his knight. He can go to D5 or G4.
Yeah, but Queen on D7 is it will have to go to C7. Yeah, one day sooner or later. And I don't know, bishop F6 probably is not yet a threat at all. Yeah, so maybe he is considering B5, bishop B7, but that looks very risky. I mean, somehow Queen C7 is a move you make, automatically. Just very logical. So the fact that he is thinking
and he just
means,
did.
It means that maybe he has something. There are some ideas, even knight h4, maybe some strange. Okay, this is a bit strange, but what are the
options? It looks very natural because you contain the knight on G6 and it makes a lot of sense.
Or Rook E1, some healthy move. But of course, if black manages to develop his bishop, he will be fine. Yeah, I mean, so maybe it's of course tempting for white to try to use some tactical motives. Yeah, for instance, if bishop D7, some move like Queen D2, trying to bother maybe black somehow on the D line. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess you could play Rook D8 for the moment. Yeah.
Rook D8 is possible.
Maybe I would go Knight D5 to go away.
Knight D5, yeah. Yeah, also possible. Yeah. Because Rook D8, at least you're pinned then, yeah? There is a pin, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I want my queen on somewhere there, yeah, like takes, Queen H6, Queen H5, and I would love it. Of course, giving up the bishop, it also gives black some, maybe it's nothing, or even Rook E8, bishop F8, maybe. Yeah, just to have queen on H5, and then sooner or later, maybe try to develop initiative. Yeah, still, hard to say.
It's pretty solid for black, yeah.
Sorry?
Seems pretty solid for black.
Yeah, it is solid. Yeah, it is solid. It's a very complicated position. So, yeah, Rook E1 is played, so that's healthy moves, yeah. Levon is making healthy moves.
Yeah, he's more of the classical guy, no? H4 immediately. It will come maybe, but first things first.
Yeah, that's a very standard, very logical way of playing. But in such positions, maybe I would consider of playing more aggressively. Just to try to make use of the development. Yeah, because. But yeah, there is definitely nothing wrong with having your two rooks on the open lines. Yeah, this cannot be a big mistake.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong so much. By the way, Joel, how much are you playing chess? Do you play online chess or do you play in team competitions? I mean...
No, I actually play almost no chess these days. I have a good friend living in Barcelona. Thankfully, that's Miguel. Miguel Illescas, and I think he plays almost as much as I do.
So basically, that's the only time you both play is when you play with each other, yeah?
When we meet is our chess highlight of the year, I think.
So do you follow anything generally, the tournaments during the lockdown?
Yeah. I try to. When I used to live in Moscow, I only moved to Spain 2 years ago. When I used to live in Moscow, I would visit tournaments because there were many strong tournaments in Moscow. That was convenient. Yes, I would usually show up and look at a few games and see old friends. But hasn't happened very much lately.
Yeah, I think I've tried, Joel, to convince you to play once in Rapid Blitz World Championship, but somehow you couldn't manage it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, Blitz I would love to play, but I don't remember where. I think it was in Moscow, but I was not living there anymore. So anyway, yeah. So no, Blitz I still love to play, but it's not always to find an opponent. Apart from online chess, but online chess is not as exciting for me.
This is what I wanted to ask. What do you think about chess? How it's developing? First of all, what was going on in the World Championship in 2018 with 12 draws? What do you think about that? And what do you think about the online boom for chess competitions?
I think the online boom was always going to happen because chess is just made to be played online. It's perfect. But there's two things. First of all, the experience as a chess player is not exactly the same. When you cannot have your opponent in front of you, because. I mean, as you both know, there's a lot of non-verbal communication going on during the game, right? I mean, you can actually feel a lot of things about your opponent's state of mind just by seeing him or her in front of you. So that sort of is missing, obviously. And the other thing is, of course, the cheating problem. This is I think the most major issue in online chess. And if there's an absolute bulletproof way of making sure that there is no cheating, then yes, then you can start having some serious prize funds and having larger tournaments, because today I think it's only limited to smaller tournaments where it's easier to control. But I think it's still difficult to make sure that someone who's reasonably good is not actually cheating, because it's not so easy to tell the difference. If someone is playing at a 2600 level, for example, and suddenly starts beating everyone around 2700, well, maybe it's just having the tournament of his life. Possible, right? So I think it's an issue, because I understand that there are all kinds of anti-cheating programs and everything, but you can still, I mean, there are talented people everywhere, including in cheating as well. So I think if someone is clever enough to sort of imitate the computer or use the computer only when it's not so easy to detect, it's still a challenge.
Yeah, that's a very big issue. And what do you think about the 12 draws in the World Championship? Was it?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's
the game, or what has to be changed, you think?
Actually, I quite liked Miguel's idea, which he told me at the time when this was happening. His idea was to say, look, if a game ends in a draw, then you reverse colors and you keep playing on the same day with shorter time control.
Well, that's what is happening in this tournament, more or less. Yeah. It's just that you don't reverse colors, but in case of draw, yeah, there is a second game, 10 minutes game to clarify the winner of the match. Yeah, so
it's an Armageddon game.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, it's more or less what is happening here.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea because one of the problematic things about popularizing chess is of course draws. I mean, draws don't exist in tennis, right? And you always have a winner at the end of the day, and that makes it easier for people to understand, who's leading a tournament and who's doing how. So yeah, I think this is possibly something to develop in the future.
Well, I just want to remind the viewers that actually the tournament system is that we play classical games in each day, but if it's a draw, then just 15-20 minutes later, the players are playing an Armageddon game with a time control, where actually they repeat the same color as in the classical game, and white has 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes. And starting from move 41, they receive 1 second per move. And if the game is a draw or black wins, it's the same. He scores 1.5 points for a loser who scores only 1 point. If a classical game is decided, then the winner gets 3 points to 0. So this is the system on this tournament, which is actually the only tournament, I think, which is running already for last year, for sure, they had this system.
Mhm.
And well, I think it makes it very interesting, but sometimes it's also confusing. But it means if you win a classical game, you can jump from 4th place to number 1. So it's very dynamic.
And yesterday was the only round so far where we haven't had any Armageddon games, yeah. So all 3 games were decisive, but usually we have one at least, yeah, and very possibly today as well. So let's see maybe Firuza Tari, the children, yeah. Let's come to the children for a change. So bishop g5 was played. I immediately understood, of course, h6 was terrible, my proposal, because I was just blundering the pawn on d5. So let's come back to the position after bishop g5, yeah, on move 11. A bit, no, even earlier, yeah, because we left here. Yeah, bishop g5 was played. I told you that h6 was a great idea against it, but probably takes on f6 and queen d5 is something which Firuza didn't like. Even though
you go castle, knight e7.
Yeah, or maybe even f5 first, because at least castle you can get your queen on h5, yeah.
And is it a problem?
Yeah,
f5, no?
Yeah, castle, queen h5, rook g8 or something. I mean, yeah, you can have quite a serious play on g line, yeah. But it was not my intention. I mean, I was actually just blundering. So also I'm just thinking now, queen takes d5, knight d5. No, then d5 works. Okay, so castle happened, knight d2, and now Judith's plan, yeah, knight h5 was played, yeah. Trying queen d1. I guess now some tactical battle starts. F6. So now it's quite tense. Yeah, of course, if black manages his knight on f4, rook e8, he will start to, he will have a fantastic position. So the question is, is there any tactical way from, yeah, knight e5?
If I just take with the pawn?
And d4.
Yeah.
Knight e4?
But then at least knight e4, I might be able to
Well, I'll go rook f5 at the end, no? If I need to.
Yeah, also g6, bishop g... Yeah, or g6, bishop g6, bishop e8 if you want. Yeah, also maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But another idea is that after knight e5, I'm just thinking that, you can... Yeah, knight e5 is an option. Somehow, knight e5.
On knight h4, you guys go knight f4, I guess.
Maybe even g6. I'm not sure that there is anything wrong with g6 also. Bishop h6. Yeah, a bit.
Knight g7 probably, yeah.
Yeah, knight g7. Yeah. Of course, it's tricky. I mean, white has some initiative, but if he doesn't manage to do something very soon, then all his pieces will start to come back. It's a kind of typical Queen's Gambit position with reverse colors.
Bishop e3 on the
Bishop
board.
e3. I don't. Yeah, maybe knight e5 was not working tactically. I'm not sure because it's But now black must be doing very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like a nice position for black.
Yeah, he can go g6, for instance, or maybe even f5. F5 at least knight e5, but g6 looks very logical. Yeah, if f5 is also very interesting, but probably there is knight e5. Otherwise, black's typical plan in these positions is to get with a knight to e4, knight f6, knight e4, and he can just be better. But it's still maybe okay. But knight f6.
I'm not a fan of f5, to be honest.
But knight e5, maybe there is bishop e5, d5, knight takes e5. Yeah.
But yeah, it makes sense to play g6, right?
Yeah, I mean
why
g6.
to hurry?
Yeah, or even knight f4 maybe is possible, but g6 is very healthy. Even if I don't see anything wrong with knight f4 either. I mean, I think black have solved all his
several good options.
Yeah, black has solved all his opening problems, if there were any, and doing very well. I mean, I think he has a potential, at some point to start pushing the center, e5. Maybe white can try to play c4, now. Actually, it's more like a prophylactic positional move, trying to stop e5 one day, and using the fact that knight on h5 is so far is a bit out of the
Yeah, plus you create a bit of counterplay for white. I mean, something happening on that side.
Maybe c4. Black doesn't have to react really on c4. I mean, but that's an interesting idea. And what about knight f4? I mean, knight f4, of course, it's very straightforward move. I mean, instead of g6, maybe then. Maybe straight right here.
Bishop f1, no? Just going back.
Bishop f1, then I can keep my, like rook a8. And then I will get...
and knight f4.
Oh, knight e7, yeah, right.
Maybe I can play c4 now.
Yeah, still c4 looks logical, yeah. Maybe simply knight f4, g6. Yeah, dc4, knight c4. Yeah, I mean, knight white is solid, yeah. Yeah.
Or the other knight to d5.
A position, yeah, probably close to equal.
Knight f5.
But probably it's true that once black played f6, maybe white must hurry with c4 just to create some counterplay.
Yeah, c4 seems to be the
plan. Yeah, that's why that's why maybe this f5 move can be interesting if it works. Very straightforward, but because after f5, I don't know if f4 is a threat. Most likely it is a threat. I mean, there are some bishop takes h7 check ideas, but king h8 maybe, I'm not sure. So now I'm not sure that c4
you can
works
take it
now.
Also, can't you?
Yeah, so knight g5, knight f, yeah, I guess you just take, yeah, knight g5, check, king g6.
h6, yeah.
King h6, yeah. And now, Judith, now it's your turn. Now you're the boss here. You should tell us how to mate. I mean, you're so good in this situation.
We sacrifice the bishop, and then I can recline.
Well, we are just hoping for your abilities to mate, you know. But otherwise, yeah, f5. Yeah, of course, the justification might be that if knight e5, there is bishop e5, and d knight takes e5. Of course, knight e5, bishop e5. Maybe you have queen h5, which might be solid, and d5, knight e5, bishop f1, yeah, or somewhere.
g6.
G6, but then white might
no, but here maybe bishop e2
bishop
I go.
E2, yeah. Then at least then I have knight f6 and knight f3 check. Yeah, that's very important. After bishop f4, yeah.
Yeah.
And so bishop f1, let's say, or somewhere else, and then I don't have this tactical idea. So after knight f6, bishop f4 probably works with the idea that knight e4. I guess I can take on e5 and play f3. Yeah. Although maybe black can have some compensation, yeah, just giving up this knight, taking with f pawn and trying to create a positional attack, like bishop c6 or something.
Well, yeah, doesn't look like it's going.
Doesn't look like a big deal, yeah.
But maybe he wants to do something more than this.
Yeah, of course, it's black has a choice here. Black has a choice. It's a complicated position. So let's maybe move to the world champion game.
So what we had since then?
So let's see. Yeah, he finally knight d7. So c5 was not played. Maybe it was not so good after all. So then knight e2, bishop d6, castles. Knight g3. I mean, it's a possible move, but of course, knight on g3 depends on how the pawn structure will turn. Yeah, it might also be a bit out of play. It might be a very good piece which you would enter to f5. Yeah, one day.
Yeah, so that's why you probably want to take on d5, which you did.
But then cd4 maybe.
That Magnus is thinking so much.
He took on d5 now.
Yes.
And I guess cd4 is a very critical move, which has to be calculated. Yeah, a lot of calculation required. Yeah, knight b5, d6, I doubt. Yeah, knight b5.
Bishop g3, yeah.
Yeah, bishop g3.
And d takes e3.
Yes, what is the plan? D takes e3. Maybe he's thinking of trying to take on e6 and then trying to play with these two bishops. I don't. Rook f2, f is 6. So some move like knight c5 might be interesting, but then maybe e7 can be good.
But it doesn't look so dangerous for black, no?
Yeah, I don't see so
Yeah,
much.
okay. Yeah. Knight d6, just bishop d5.
D5.
Yeah, because Joel, you actually have liked a lot 2 bishops, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I remember a lot of games when you had these bishops b2, d3, and you've beaten me once also. I remember in Rapid Chess also with it. You play this Nimzo e3, and then you have always these 2 bishops, yeah, trying to exactly b2, d3 bishops and
But
trying to
basically, I mean, if with white you accept the Nimzo Indian, you have to like 2 bishops because you will get them anyway. whether you play e3 or you play queen c2 on bishop b4, you will get the 2 bishops.
Yeah. So CD, what can be a knight e4 maybe is the idea, yeah? Maybe knight e4. Again, bishop takes g3 is a very principal move, although by far not the only move, yeah? Bishop takes g3 and knight takes g3 maybe and d3. Otherwise, at least white will get 2 bishops and maybe a comfortable position. But maybe here d3, so I still don't see how white can develop his initiative here, because d6, ef and fe seems to be black seems to be very solid and no targets really. Of course, 2 bishops are powerful. Maybe white can just try to play queen e2 here, and he might have enough compensation. Yeah, rook f1 and rook e1. Maybe white is actually doing fine here.
But not more than that.
Not more than fine, yeah, I don't
Knight
believe.
h5 or something, yeah. Knight h5 maybe.
Yeah, knight h5 trying to play like this, but I still don't believe it can be enough for advantage. Yeah, I mean, for equality, I'm pretty sure white is not worse, but I doubt that he's really better.
Actually, I quite like it now that I look at it a little more, I quite like it, yeah. Because you got everything into play now, and it's pretty straightforward. Knight h5 can be dangerous.
Yeah, maybe that's a plan, but also you have to...
But what if, for example, I just go rook queen e8, let's say? Just because you told me so many times that you're going to go knight h5?
You shouldn't have...
Bishop a3, you just go like knight c5. No big deal. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But I can just continue. I mean, what is black's next? I can just play useful moves. Yeah, h3, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just like positional compensation for white. Yeah, probably. Yeah, king h2, just some useful moves. Yeah.
You just want to pass the move on me.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because it's not so easy for black. Yeah, to to do something really constructive here.
Can't I just go e5 at some point?
Yeah, but then immediately bishop f5, knight f5, some...
Knight f5, queen e6.
And at some point, Joel, knight g7, yeah, that's your style. Knight g7, bishop f5, and...
Really? I didn't know I played like that. Maybe it's a good thing I stopped playing then. Maybe queen e3, yeah? Queen e3 and...
Yeah, queen e3, yeah. But I think you liked very much this attack, yeah?
Yeah, I liked when all the pieces are looking in one direction. That's easy for me to manage. Yeah.
I mean, I think white has enough compensation in general here. But the question is, cd4 is played. The question is, maybe black has also something more solid. Yeah, after knight e4, I'm not totally sure. I guess knight e4 is the plan, because dc I don't really see. Yeah, knight e4. Maybe black can do. I don't know what, but something.
And so we were saying bishop takes g3, yeah?
Yeah, it seems like knight g3 is a move. Knight takes g3, maybe, yes, black can just try to play for e5 at some point, like knight bishop d5, e5, try to limit this bishop. But yeah, maybe I would love to do with the knight, of course. But yes, and then of course if white manages, if he manages to get out with his piece, he will be better. I just had some idea of trying, but I don't see. And here, basically, knight on g3 is not bad. Yeah.
Knight c4 is on the board.
So bishop takes g3.
Definitely.
Knight takes g3.
Is it the only move, bishop g3? There is nothing else.
I don't really, knight e4, of course, it's nice to play, but I don't see what after knight e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, knight c5, maybe. I mean, just trying to tactically to solve all problems. Yeah, let's say knight d6, queen d6, d6, I guess, otherwise will be a draw problem. Now maybe, you see black has some issue, maybe he can have something very forcing here, I don't know, yeah, like queen d5. That might work, yeah.
But also, what if he just takes back?
Bishop takes d4?
Takes and bishop g2.
Ah, yeah, that's nice, yeah. Yeah.
With perpetual check.
That might have, but I could have taken e4, but that looks, yeah, even knight d3 and blocking on d5 would be fine. Yeah, so maybe this knight c5 can be an interesting option, yeah. What else? Knight takes c5 and d6, but then some sacrifices, yeah, some typical sacrifices might come. I sort of trying, yeah, bishop c5, ed at least, yeah. Ed, queen
bishop
d5.
g3 happened in the game.
Bishop
and
g3.
Knight takes g3.
Yeah, that's what we tried, yeah. I think, yeah, taking a knight c5 could have been interesting, but here, so it doesn't look so too dangerous for black also. d3.
But it's what Magnus wants. Yeah, he wants to have this long-term initiative.
Maybe, yeah. I was actually thinking about playing after taking on e6, knight c5, but I doubt. Yeah.
But takes on e7, on f7.
f7, like rook f7, just trying to. No, bishop f6. Yeah, this. Yeah. Sorry, I thought no bishop d5, but bishop takes f6.
Well, doesn't look
yeah, doesn't work. Yeah, so
doesn't look funny for black.
So then knight takes g3. What else? What else here? And if I go knight e5, let's say.
Or knight c5, maybe, same idea. No?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know where is my knight better. Knight c5, d, queen d5, but yeah, it's too much. Yeah, probably.
Takes on f7.
Yeah, and king h8 or something. I don't know, but it's or rook f7. But this I don't believe. Yeah, e4 always
hard
possible.
to believe.
No, this shouldn't work. Yeah. So yeah, I guess.
No, here you should go take it. Yeah.
I think that it's possible that.
So
knight e6. Yeah.
Black has missed, but knight e6 it's still a pawn. Yeah, I mean, if even if I take ed, you want knight f4.
Okay, but that's not a serious pawn, is it?
Oh yes, it's not.
Yeah, for example. Or even this. Yeah.
Knight f4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not a big pawn. That's true. So knight takes e6, but still, yeah, it's two bishops. Yeah, rook e1 even and. Trying to go, I mean, rook e1 maybe after knight e6. There is also e4 possible. Here it might be just that you take on d3 and put something on d5, and it might be basically just kind of okay.
Exactly. But he went e3.
d3 anyway. Yeah? So d takes e6 probably. And now. Because ef2 is very logical.
And if he decides to play safe, like fe6.
Yeah, and I exactly got the same idea now, but still, yeah, it's bishop c4. I don't know if it's
bishop d5
completely equal. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Takes
maybe I can take on f6, take on d5, but that might be close to a draw. I thought queen f6 maybe and rook d8.
And
rook d8, yeah. And bishop e6, knight e6. It's a pawn, but...
yeah, and then the rook on a1 is still hanging, so queen f1.
Take queen e1 or something, yeah. Black will get his queen on e5 and he shouldn't lose it, yeah. Looks pretty...
why is it so much fun with black to give up a pawn?
Well, rook d2, I mean, you got some play, yeah.
I mean, it's not fun, but it's probably must be drawable. Even taking, exchanging, and then with this very, very good queen on e5, black shouldn't lose it, even if it's still not a draw, yeah, yet. What do you think, Joel?
Yeah, well, this I don't like so much, but I think there was quite a bit of compensation. Maybe it was too quick. So after
well, okay. Now the question is whether what Magnus is going to be playing. Is there anything else than the e6?
Yeah, I don't see it. Fe3 is possible. Maybe Fe3 is. I don't believe it, but don't believe in it. But I'm not sure you can take with a knight on d5 because then bishop h7, bishop h7, king h7, queen h5 check, king g8, bishop takes g7.
I understand you got rid of your bishops.
King g7, and now it's time to
think.
Yes, now it's time to think. Yeah, rook f5 comes into my mind, but probably okay.
Piece.
Yes, I know you'll take. So queen g4 check, king h7, and knight h5 maybe simply. If h7, maybe you should go to h8.
No, go to h8, yeah, because otherwise rook f7 check comes.
And now, well, we are close to immortal already. Yeah, it's just a couple of
guys. Even if I go here, because you say that it's already done and cooked, and I have to
not completely, but it's close to rook f7.
Even I just want to check it if I go really the worst possible way.
Ooh. My God.
Knight g7, queen g5, and I wanted queen h3, of course, but rook g2. I'm a bit concerned about rook takes g2. Rook takes g2, king h1.
Take with the queen. What then? Take on g2 with the queen.
Because queen g5 there is rook h7 check. Yeah, but then I take on h7 and rook g8. Let's see. Rook takes g2 check. Maybe king h1 is interesting.
H1.
Well, of course it doesn't work, but I've promised you some immortal games, so we have to continue.
Why don't you?
I can go rook g4. Rook g4, the simple.
Rook g4
or knight f6. Sorry,
knight f6,
knight f6. Yeah.
Knight f6. Knight f6 will do it. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to be boring.
Yeah.
Why don't you just take on g2
with the queen?
Yes.
Queen g5, I was saying.
Well, I can play. I can.
You can take on g5 and on d7, yeah, at minimum.
Well, you can also go rook h7, I guess.
In h7, that was my idea, and rook g8.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I think also I could even play knight g3 if I want to,
Well, okay, maybe queen g3.
Well, we are having fun, but I guess anyway it's not played, but we had a good fun. I hope our spectators, they also enjoyed that, but let's come back to serious business, and of course
to reality, f takes e6.
Take fe6. So that's all what we predicted. Yeah, now probably queen e2 looks like a good solid move, unless there is knight h5 straight away here, but
I'm not sure at all why it should be better.
No, I wouldn't say better, but I don't know if I have to pick up a color, I would probably take white, even if it seems to me that it must be more or less equal. Yeah, but I quite like white.
What happens after knight h5? Queen e7 simply?
Yeah, maybe it's a little premature. Knight h5 can be. Yeah, that's my feeling. I don't know. You know what can be the problem is knight takes h5. And if queen takes h5, then maybe knight f6 and queen takes d3.
But maybe queen h3 here.
And then I wanted bishop e4. E6 pawn is hanging. Yeah, then queen h3 is good. Yeah, it's true.
Oh, you still have queen e7, but...
Yeah, but I mean, then it doesn't make sense. Yeah, rook e1 and... Bishop still not clear if it's anything special, rook a1, rook e8, or bishop d5, yeah. But I think white has no risk really in this position. I mean, because even if you end up pawn down in this endgame with such two bishops, you will not lose it. I mean, Magnus will not lose it, at least. But to me, looks like queen e2 is very natural.
Queen e2 looks, more promising. You just keep more potential in the position, right?
I don't know if bishop d5 or maybe something like knight c5. This might be more straightforward, just to try to change some pieces.
Queen e2 is on the board.
So knight c5, seems more tempting if you want to solve all the problems.
But still, it's interesting. It's not too often that Magnus has less time than his opponent.
So what if white just plays bishop c2 here?
Bishop c2, of course, that's logical.
Bishop a6 sometimes.
Bishop a6, queen is3, or even queen e5 maybe. So queen is3, let's say. I don't know if knight g4 is possible here, because there are some queen c3 ideas. Very, very sharp position, a lot of calculation here, I guess. Maybe queen c3. Still queen g5, it's quite...
Well, maybe I should take on f8 after knight g4.
Take an f8, queen takes f8, probably.
Yes, and now, queen f2 coming.
Queen d4 you have, attacking the knight.
Queen g5 also you have, jack and king h1.
Queen g5. It's a very, very interesting position, actually.
I think queen f2 would be a mistake, right?
Looks dangerous, but I still don't see after knight f6. I mean, after check and knight f6, I still don't see how white can... it's very complicated position,
So queen e2, this is where we are standing. And what about the youngsters?
By the way, maybe here also moves like king h8 are possible. But okay, let's come back. Oh, pawn is on g5.
So what happened?
That makes sense. Let's see. Knight f4 was played. Bishop f1, g5. That's quite typical. Not always... not necessarily always works, but this is a typical way of playing. So c4, king h8.
I like it with black.
Usual.
Well, I don't know. So what if I just play g3, let's say?
You're not threatening, no, to gf.
I know, but maybe at some point I'll play...
Just to put psychological pressure, that one day you will take.
And then, let me see, okay, so... You're also not threatening anything. So we're two in this case. It makes two of us. Okay, so let's say rook c1, for example.
Frankly, I would have done rook c1 without g3 yet, but okay, yes.
Can black go knight h3 and g4?
Knight g5, maybe.
That is not nice.
Even so, after gh very dangerous, but who knows? No, it shouldn't work. Knight f7 and queen h5 is painful.
Knight h7 you also...
No, sorry, knight f7. Knight h7, maybe also, No, that is...
maybe knight f7 even.
Knight f7, bishop g3 maybe, it was knight 7, then queen h5 looks very...
That's very nice for
it. This doesn't look too much
so...
on black side.
Hard to say, but I mean, frankly, I prefer white. I wouldn't even go g3, but just to play rook c1. No, it's it's also very playable from the black side, but white is very safe, I mean, it's not clear how you are going to develop your initiative on the king side.
I go back, I think.
Queen d8,
Go queen e8.
Maybe some ideas like knight b3, I need to get my pieces, maybe into more active positions. Trying to go to c5 somewhere.
Not an easy position, I must say.
Very, very double-edged and complicated, I would say, Both sides has
in Levon's game. Can we go there?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
So finally, g3, h4,
Yeah, after queen c7, rook e1, bishop d7, g3.
Mm-hmm.
And after rook e8 takes, and h4 finally arrived.
Frankly, I'm not very impressed, I must say.
With white?
No, I don't. I mean, first of all, I don't. It's little bit strange because then it would look more logical to play g3 h4 much earlier, yeah, because rook e1 doesn't seem to be a necessary move here, yeah, if you want to play h4. I mean, now black has a potential to get better one day with two bishops, and I don't know if attack is really...
F5 looks tempting, no? Just
yeah, F5, I also maybe the idea is that queen d2 and maybe certain... but of course now if black just manages his pieces, okay, has two bishops and the white king can become also weak, not only black's king. Yeah, so here now it's about certain threats, yeah, with h5 and so on. We just need to try to prevent something very direct, yeah, like h5, queen g5 check. Yeah, okay, let's keep the pawn on f6 yet, yeah, because for now, I mean, instead of f5, because there is no threat really, h5, there is knight f8. I mean, maybe some nice move, prophylactic move like rook d8 or I would, yeah, I mean, king h8, those kind of moves.
And what about queen d2 anyway? Or h5 and then?
Yeah, because now maybe I wanted to put my bishop on f8, yeah?
You go bishop f8?
Maybe.
But then...
Because basically all I need is just to stop your attack. h5, knight e7. I understand it's a bit passive for the moment, but it reminded me this story I remember with Vichy. We were laughing at it. It was our Linares 93. And okay, Vichy, I think, made a draw with Karpov, and they were analyzing. I went, the game after post-mortem, and I was nearby, just, checking it together with them. And at some point, I think it was like a Caracan structure. It was something similar, yeah, but only that there were no two bishops. And okay, slightly worse, but Anatoly is slowly maneuvering, trying to get out with his pieces. And Anand, Vishy says, okay, it seems like I'm slightly better here. And then the brilliant sentence of Karpov. Yes, I agree. You're slightly better, but there is a potential in this position for black, and most probably you will soon be slightly worse. So it's the same type of position, yeah, for black. So maybe white is visually doing well, but soon, if things are going wrong, he can get worse also.
I see on Joe's smile that he has been also heard this sentences before.
Also because I've had this experience with Karpov as well, analyzing positions. I mean, he was trying to win every variation in the analysis, and he could be there for hours. And I remember this because sometimes we would just get frustrated and we would say, well, but obviously I'm better here. And then, he would always say, yeah, maybe, but soon you'll be worse anyway.
It was really a good confidence building, right?
Yeah, I think, Joel, you've even played the match again with Anatoly, yeah, at some point.
Yes, I did. That was in 97.
Oh, I think even earlier, 96 maybe, or 5 even, I have a feeling. No?
I think it was 97, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was after I won this tournament in Ubeda, which was at the same time as Linares in 97.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the organizer, Rentero, decided to organize a match with Karpov.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I played him.
But yeah, I think you lost for 2-4, yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What was your most tenseful game in your life? Do you remember?
Well, I remember my most tiring game ever. Yes, it was maybe not the most tense one, but the most tiring. It was in a Monaco blindfold game, which I played against Jeroen
Piquet. Yeah, I remember.
The game lasted, I think, 150 moves, and it was a queen ending.
Wow.
Blindfold, you can imagine. And we were going completely crazy. And I remember at some point I almost won the game because Jeroen lost a position and he couldn't remember. I mean, he was a pawn up, so queen and pawn against queen. And he couldn't remember where his king was because there were so many checks. And I think with something like 2 seconds left, he finally remembered. And it was very tough, especially I lost the game at the end. So.
Yes, I remember very well because the whole other participants were waiting for the games, just for your game to finish, and it was nice. And then we were all there, and it was like we were having a great time because for us it was quite obvious how difficult it is to remember simply where the pieces are, and it was clear that you were losing both from time to time, losing the position. It was quite obvious by the time spent on a move. So it was, and running clock is running, and then a move comes finally. So it was a entertainment, Joel. Thank you for this entertainment.
And I remember one thing, which was, so both of you have played this tournament, and as you remember, you would only see the last move played on your screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there was one thing, which was it would show if there was a check for some reason. At least at that time, it was showing checks, with a little cross. And at some point when I saw that Jeroen was losing the position, I tried not to give him any checks, not to help him remember where his king was.
Yes. So what is this position? Yeah, it's sharp, but it's not anymore. Something tells me somehow that it's not anymore. Safe for white. It might be interesting, and white might get a very strong initiative, but it's not safe anymore.
Why?
Because I have 2 bishops, and imagine queens are off the board. Black is slightly better, simply. Also, king h8. I quite like the idea of rook g8. Now white king can get under attack one day, very, very potentially, but it's not impossible. Let's say king h8 looks like a solid move, unless there are some tactical
maybe
problems.
Time to play h5 before you get in rook g8, right?
Yeah, I'm just a bit worried about bishop takes g6 also. Yeah, here my idea was maybe even to play knight
bishop
e5.
g6? Why are you worried? Bishop g6 and queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2. Yeah, hg is very dangerous. Maybe queen d2, bishop f8, and now maybe some tactical. I don't really see how. Probably not, h5, knight f5, but probably it will not work. Yeah, so king h8 is also an option. No, it's not so safe.
What about h5 then? h5 you wanna
h5 maybe knight e5 already, because now there is no check on h7.
And if I take on h7, still?
If you take on h7, it would be brave, yeah.
5 or something. Knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah.
f6.
Maybe f6, yeah.
And now we again should ask Judith. It looks like there might be some interest.
So you want her to play both sides, white and black.
Blindfolded probably, so I can forget
it. Still, it seems there might be some tactical resource. I don't really see it, but yeah. So I don't know. King h8 is an interesting move. And what about Magnus game? Knight c5.
Yeah, we have knight c5 there.
So we are guessing most of the moves. I don't quite understand why we are sitting here and commenting instead of.
Well, maybe there is one reason, because all 3 of us retired from competitive chess.
But that's an interesting, that's an interesting phenomenon. You very often, even when I was playing chess, that when you just follow tournament and you're not playing there, it seems that that actually they don't play so well. I can make all the same moves and so on, but somehow when you start to play, the picture is totally different. Yeah, somehow you understand that it's not so easy. So because.
Actually, we have a message from our tech team because Magnus went to the confessional just now, or a few minutes ago, and said something like, what happened today is a case of very poor preparations, actually. The position after my 10th move, knight g3, was something I had in my prep. I thought then it stopped here, that it was playable for white, but what if black plays c5, cd, cd, so on. Then I thought I would check something else first, and I would get back to it. Then I didn't get to check this before the game. What has happened during the game is that I have been thinking all the way that we would get exactly this position, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to do. He's laughing here. I thought it didn't seem very promising to play something normal after c5, like queen e2. And here something they couldn't hear, take on b4. What does he have in mind?
No, maybe it's it's
after c5.
I'm not sure about b4. Maybe d4 somewhere.
Here.
Yeah, I guess cd4, ed4, something. Queen e2, cd4, ed4, and he didn't like it, and I can understand it.
I went for something very wild with the pawn sack. I think if I'm able to consolidate my position a bit now, or I will be able to get the moves I want after queen e2, rook f1, or rook e1, and so forth, I won't be so easy for him to play on, and I will have good compensation. But likely, he has some forced way to at least equalize on. So I'm not very pleased now.
Okay, I would be
so Magnus is
fine
here.
Yeah, because Joel, I don't know if you know that there is this new innovation is a confessional, so to say.
No,
so
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I did not. So during a game, players, if they want, they can come to a special room and tell something about the current situation or anything they want. So so far, Magnus is almost the only one who is using it frequently.
Tari was going also,
once or
but
twice,
actually, the problem is that Magnus is talking in Norwegian.
Yes, so we got a very quick translation, and then Magnus is not happy.
But sometimes he goes into the confessional, he talks a little bit about his game, then he went away, I don't know which round, was it 3 or something, and then he came back, he said, there in the other game, I don't understand this and this, what's going on.
So he's stealing the commentator's job, I see. Yeah?
Yes.
No, he wants to help us out just in case.
But it's not forced, yeah. It's a
no. It's totally your choice, yeah. When you want or not at all.
I got the information that actually Tari and Magnus, they kind of have to do it for the Norwegian television, but others are it's an option. So they are not so big fan of it until this point, it seems.
Although I would have thought that someone like Levon would enjoy that.
I mean, I think he's done it a couple of times before also, but I did it once or twice, but somehow I felt a bit, it's not easy. It's much easier like we are sitting now and we are chatting, you have a discussion, then it's much easier to express. And then when you just have a camera on your own and you start saying something, I felt it's a strange feeling, but I felt like it's a bit unnatural, sort of, Even if it makes a lot of sense, I like the idea as a concept, but when you as a player, somehow you don't know whether what you will say will be, it's more difficult to do it naturally, somehow it's a little bit, you feel like you are acting in a movie, and then it's already losing its spontaneity or something.
But I think it's very difficult to keep it in mind during the game. I can't imagine myself playing a game. I'm focused. I'm calculating. If I have a good position, then probably that's why. But if I have a bad position, for sure, I'm not going to go there and say, "Well, I have an awful position."
That's true. That
and
is
what
true.
I blundered. So somehow it doesn't fit to my old way of playing in competitions. I don't know how is it with you, Joe. Can you visualize yourself? You're struggling in the game, or you have a good game, and
well, I would have paid a lot to have this rule when I was playing Gary, and he was in a bad position. I would have loved to see him go to the confessional and.
But can you imagine going?
Share his emotions at that moment. It would have been nice, but no, I think it's a great way to popularize the game, actually. But of course, in real, hardcore competitive chess, it's a distraction. But if it's part of an exhibition, I think it's a cool idea. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, what we were looking at is happening on the board, right? So Carlsen played bishop c2.
Bishop c2 for the moment, yes.
But I don't know why. I mean, I understand it's probably objectively equal, but I think it's a game. It's an interesting position for Magnus. I don't see big reasons to be unsatisfied. But what is quite amazing that this kind of variation, bishop b2, bishop d3, b6, very rare move for some, but it's been prepared. Yeah, Magnus has been preparing it. That is really strange, because to me it would be, I would have played b3. Okay, I would have definitely prepared something against a very straightforward bishop b4 move. But if your opponent plays b6, you put bishop on d3, knight on e2, that would be it. Yeah, I would say, okay, it's a game, it's an interesting position, so I will just play it. But it seems that Magnus went even further, yeah? And then simply didn't have time to check the c5, cd4.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, yes, king h8 is played, so let's see what is, maybe rook c1, rook g8, yeah, in the Firouzja game. Yeah, here king h8, yeah, it's a very principal move, of course.
Yeah, because in 2 games we have king h8.
So now it's time for white to prove his case, yeah, because I don't see it, because h5, knight e5, but even probably knight f8 looks very solid.
After h5, you mean?
Even knight f8, although I would probably prefer knight e5, but knight f8.
Anyway, queen d2. And now I want to go to h6.
Yeah, at least now you can get to h6, but no threat really, yeah, because I have bishop e7 there always.
But you're very passive.
Passive, yeah, that's true.
And sometimes I can go
But
knight f5, e7.
Yeah, I mean, if you are talking in Anatoly Karpov style, but soon I will be active. Yeah, I'm not sure about it.
Better, but not active.
King g7 maybe, yeah? But
rook e4, come on.
f5, yeah, no, that's dangerous. No, let's go knight e5. Yeah, knight f8 is too passive. I agree with you. I mean, knight e7 makes some sense also, but knight e5 is
anyway. I think I go queen d2.
Yeah, but I wanted then my knight to g8.
Just making active yourself, right?
Yeah, to activate my knight. But it's true. Let's start with knight e5. That is definitely the first move to consider in this position instead of knight e7.
No, this side I like it for white. I don't know how is it for Joe, but I'm now a fan of white.
Knight on g8. Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty solid for black still. Bishop.
But can't white just go bishop goes away to
bishop
or b1?
Bishop f8 maybe. Yeah.
Queen c2, but okay, rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah.
You're not scared?
5, knight takes f5, yeah.
Queen d3?
Yes, f5, knight takes f5 might work.
Yeah.
Or it might not. No, it works, I think, yeah. Yeah, no, but of course knight e5. Knight e5 is a move, yeah?
I convince you not to go back.
So now if you don't take on h7, seems to be not, I mean, all the play is not very
so can I play something like, can I take on e5? What do you take with? Do you take with a pawn maybe?
I want it with a bishop if I can.
Because with the bishop I go knight f3 maybe. And I still have this bishop h7 hanging. So bishop d6 I might just...
So Judit, we take on g3, yeah? We don't hesitate.
But we can take on G3.
Yeah, that's my plan. Take rook G8. Let's try. Takes queen G2. Yeah, rook G8.
Yeah, queen
maybe.
G2. That was my problem.
Not quite sure it will work because you have king F1, queen F2, but bishop can get to C6.
Okay, queen F2.
Bishop C6. Yeah, takes. Yeah, maybe takes first. Yeah, takes king F1 or.
Bishop F6. F6 is hanging, no? Knight E5 or something. Can't I go?
Bishop B4.
G2.
Bishop E4. At least I have bishop B5 check. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
which is a draw at least. Yeah? Maybe.
No, I thought here that Knight E5. Is it possible?
Bishop G2, King G1.
Yeah, bishop G2, king
G1, yeah.
King G1. Yeah.
But then rook G7.
H6.
Okay, miss.
Also, queen takes F6.
Queen F6 is not something to be ashamed of to play.
But then, yeah, queen F6 might also work. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe you're right, Joel. Yeah, this takes knight F3, and yeah, Fe of course is also an option. But at least if white manages to get back this bishop, and after Fe, what was your plan?
F5 maybe?
5.
Knight F3, F5, and now some tactics is our chance, yeah?
Bishop C6, no?
Bishop C6, yeah, that's what I'm a bit concerned about this.
Yeah, this seems pretty bad, yeah.
Unless still it's quite tactical, Knight G5, who knows, maybe just accidentally it can work, yeah, Knight G5. Rook D8 probably, yeah. And then some bishop C4 and pray, yeah, that's... some tricks, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Not so simple, maybe. But yeah, it's now I think the next few moves are decisive, yeah, whether white will manage something or black might get slightly better.
And what was it after H5, Knight E5, Bishop H7?
F5, yeah, here also it looks like there might be quite some tactical motives in this position. Doesn't
we only look at Knight G5, but there might be other moves as well.
Yeah, like Queen D2 maybe, yeah, some
King
move
H7?
like King H7, Knight G5, and then trying just to get the bishop somewhere there. Or I can also take on E5 and Knight F3 maybe after King H7. So let's say, or even I can take on E5 first, or let's say Queen D2 first. Queen D2. I know some crazy move, Knight C4, but I don't believe in it. Yeah, here my idea is just to take on E5 and come back
Knight F3, yeah?
Knight F3, yeah.
Maybe I can play Bishop A4.
Bishop A4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Good chance to get mated, yeah, after Bishop A4. After, let's say, Judith, your turn. I'm sure it's mate, but I cannot see it.
You see, there is no mate. You call me, and I don't know how to give mate.
But maybe it takes and Knight D7 or something. Knight D5. I mean, it's very dangerous. Yeah, Bishop D1, Knight D7, Queen D8. Yeah, there is Queen D8.
Queen D8, yeah.
Here, yeah, Queen E7. Now I thought Knight D7 looks interesting here.
But also Queen D8.
Queen D8, but maybe it's only move. I don't know. Queen D8, and now to continue.
Maybe I can take on H5, no?
Yes.
You can take on H5.
Why not? Knight F6, King G6.
Yes, Knight F6, King G6. It seems to be
not enough.
And maybe Queen D4, Bishop. Yeah, it's very, very interesting position. Yeah, lots of. But Queen D2 was played. Yeah, finally.
Actually, I like Queen D2. That's very true.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It's only that it gives a chance to play Rook G8, but then the D line can become a problem. I don't know if it's not just losing some material. Yeah, like even in a very simple manner, bishop g6, rook g6, knight e6, and queen d6, for example.
Joe, what was your strategy when you lost 2 games in a row? Because this is what Fabiano has to deal with right now. He had a great start in the tournament, then he lost 2 games in a row.
Well, I mean, I think the first thing is to be able to play a sort of a game without too much emotion. So maybe, try to play something a bit more quiet, because obviously your self-confidence is shaken, and you keep thinking back, about how you lost these 2 games. So I think it's very important to get at least, a quiet game and a draw, and then you can be back in the tournament. If the tournament allows you to do that, of course.
So this was your strategy also, the classical way of after 2 losses, get a draw or something very solid and then move on to the next round.
Yeah, I would say especially if one of these 2 games at least was a bad loss, in the sense that maybe I had a winning position or a very good position. Because in a way it's easier if you just lose 2 games because you're in bad shape and you haven't played a proper game yet. So sort of, okay, you understand that, you just lost because you're not in good shape. But if you missed, a winning position especially, it's I think it's very important to restore your sort of emotional, balance. So one of the ways of doing this is trying to play a more quiet game.
How could you recover in a bad tournament? What did you have any special tools or tricks that you could shaken up yourself?
Look, I think there's no real recipe, to be honest. I mean, I remember one of the tournaments that went quite well eventually was this tournament I played in Linares in '94. Actually, both of you also played there. And my start wasn't great. I think I lost to Karpov, or I don't remember, lost to someone in the beginning. And then I had this tough game with Shirov, and I was worse most of the game, and just hanging by a thread. And somehow, the tables were turned, and I managed to win that game. And then the tournament completely changed for me, and I started playing much better. So I think you just have to fight. I mean, this is the basic thing in any sport at high level. I mean, when the going gets tough, you just have to hang in there, and do your best. And
what do you think? What was the strongest skills, character trait for you to be able to go on such a high level in chess?
Well, I would say that I think mobilizing myself for the important games, because this is how I managed, most of my, good performances. And probably one of the reasons why I'm one of the few players with a positive score against Kasparov, because playing him was always, a very strong. I mean, there was always a lot of psychological pressure from him, right? With his even physical presence and the way he was behaving, and of course his reputation, etc. But for me, it was I was always mobilized, and I was playing better in these circumstances. So I think one of my problems was rather that sometimes I would play not so well in sort of routine games. Sometimes I could play not so well against weaker players, or just be very uninspired in some tournaments. But if the tournament was really important, like this is how I became world champion also when I was 15. Of course, I was not stronger than Ivanchuk or Gelfand, no way. But just in that particular tournament, I was extremely motivated, and that's I think that's what made allowed me to make some really good results.
Well, this is I think what happened yesterday with Duda also against Carlsen. That his tournament is definitely, we can say that it's a bad tournament for him, at least up to yesterday's round. And then somehow probably he was also extremely motivated to play against the world champion. I'm not sure if it was his first game, but possibly.
No, I don't think it was his first game, but not the hundreds for sure. Yeah.
But and he won yesterday, right? So it's I think there are many players who get simply extremely motivated against some of the big players when they play against them.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's comfortable because you have nothing to lose. You're just playing someone who's extremely strong, and no matter what happens, nobody's going to blame you for losing. On the other hand, it's like in business. I mean, the odds are good, right? You just invest $1 and you can win 10. So it's all good. Sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, frankly, I also always when I was playing such games like with Garry Kasparov, or Anatoly Karpov, or Magnus Carlsen later, for me it was not really motivation. I want to win or to show something. It was just like it's I always was in very good mood. It was like I was happy to play this game. Yeah, just because great players, you have nothing really to lose. They can beat you. And it's okay if they can beat you because they can beat anyone. But you just try your best. So for me, I always was in very good mood, when I was playing against such players. And somehow, when you are in good mood, when you feel well, usually you play better. Yeah. So for me, it was this, and that's why most of the time, I was playing well against those, of course, great players. Yeah, even at the times when they were clearly, superior to me, but I just liked it. I just enjoyed, playing with them, and I saw that quite many other players, they were kind of afraid to lose. But for me, it was strange because I didn't quite understand what to be afraid of. First of all, there are more unpleasant things in life than to lose a chess game against world champion or a great player. So I don't really get the concept of being afraid to lose in general, but especially with such players. So that was quite puzzling to me. When I saw players who were really kind of very unconfident, very nervous, playing with Karpov or Kasparov in the 90s. For me, I was just beaming of happiness, when I was going to play those games. For me, it was like a vacation to Seychelles. Yeah, just a fantastic opportunity just to enjoy chess, to enjoy a game with great players.
Well, before we let Joel away, because he was very kind with us to stay for a really long time, I would want to ask you one thing, because you're both here. How was it for you, Joel, to work for Vladimir for the World Championship match? What were the biggest challenges? How difficult was it?
Well, it was always a tough experience because, first of all, Vladimir was one of the hardest working players around, if not, the hardest working. So, he was, it didn't matter how far the analysis went. It could always be taking one move further, so it was basically a never-ending story. You could never finish the analysis with him,
So what were your working hours, 25 per day?
Well, slightly less maybe, but it was pretty tough. So that was one part of the thing. And I think what really was new working with him was this almost scientific way of analyzing openings. So it was basically I didn't feel like a chess player. I felt like someone working in a laboratory, just trying all kinds of different possibilities, writing down the results, and moving on to the next one. So a very systematic approach. But of course, from the chess point of view, it was extremely enriching because. He has a unique style. First of all, he's very versatile. Able to play extremely well attacking positions, but also extremely, sort of simple-looking end games and stuff like that. And so, for me, it was a very useful experience because I could see how much, how vast his understanding of chess was. As soon as I had time to recover after the match, because I was extremely tired after the match was over, and actually right after that I had to go to play in New Delhi in this FIDE World Championship where I played like an idiot because I was just too tired. Once I recovered from that, so it took me like 2 or 3 months. Once I recovered in 2001, the next year was my best year ever. So I played extremely well, and I had this whole arsenal of opening ideas, but. This was not even the most important. I had the chance to be at the top level and analyze, with one of the 2 best players in the world, right, for a long time, and so that felt good. I sort of knew that if I had been there and worked with this guy and survived it, I could beat anyone. So.
And how long was the preparation before the World Championship started?
Well, it was a very intense thing. So one of the things that I was impressed with Vladimir is that he was extremely well organized. So there were three of us, as you know. There was, apart from me, there was also Yevgeny Bareyev and Miguel Illescas. And each of us had our own, responsibility. So an area of openings that we had to study. And he was giving us homework. So I'd never been to university before, but that felt like a bit like going to university, for a very tough exam. So he was giving me all these lines that I had to go through. And then he would come and visit. So we had, one-on-one sessions. And sometimes, just to not let me relax too much, he would send Bareyev to visit me as well. So we even had a session with Bareyev in Paris. And even though the boss wasn't here, we could feel his shadow hanging. So we were still working very hard, even though he wasn't here. Because of course he was calling on the phone and asking, "So what's new, guys? What are you going to tell me?"
But the worst was, of course, during the match in London. I mean, all this was just a warm up compared to the amount of work the guys were doing in London. I'm very thankful to Joel, of course. I knew he's always was a very good, strong player and a very responsible person, but also a very hard-working person. And frankly, the amount of work he did, and that was really, unbelievable. That was really a lot. So many different openings and no complaints, no rest days when it's important. The guys were working day and night, and that was a big part of my success. That was it's really sincere. I really believe in what I'm saying, that it was very, very important to have such a friendly, sincere, and very hard-working team. And I'm such a player. To beat such a player like Gary, in a match, you need many things come together, and of course the team was just amazing. That was very helpful.
Did you also work with computers at that time, or not really?
Yeah, we did. Actually, the computers were already quite strong. Good enough to be really helpful during analysis. But of course, we still had to use our brains a lot, because they were not, not that good.
Computers were good, but still you couldn't fully rely on them. You had to, the work of a trainer of a second at that time was much harder than now, because now it's more about pushing the button and a little bit using your brain a little bit. At that time, it was maybe 70-30. You still needed a lot of mental efforts on top of everything to work on,
And by the way, this is one of the reasons why Vladimir chose the Berlin defense, because it was so difficult to analyze with a computer. And so since we had some advance in our preparation, because Kasparov, of course, didn't expect the Berlin defense, so we had at least a couple of months advance. But it was important that he couldn't catch up so easily, because it was not something you could just put your computers to work on, go to sleep, and have a solution the next day. Which happens in the Najdorf or in some other openings. This is not the case here. So,
as Vladimir said it to us, that he found his old notebooks, and one of the first game he recorded on the first game he played, it was Berlin. Probably you know this. So he was really preparing his long journey to become a world champion.
When I was 6, my first ever tournament game was at Berlin with black.
But actually, but by the way, it's interesting we're discussing this, because I never really remembered exactly. But my impression is that, Vladimir, you got the idea of playing the Berlin against Kasparov just from seeing a blitz game of some tournament somewhere before the match, no? And you thought maybe we could take a look at this as well.
Maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I thought it would fit very well, the strategy in the match. And I always had a feeling, just intuitive feeling, that this endgame shouldn't be as kind of dull and worse and unpleasant as it was considered. I didn't understand why, and then so somehow everything went together. But sorry, Joel, for all those hours and days of analyzing it from the black side and trying to find defenses, especially during the match. I remember, guys, you were panicking. You were panicking quite sometimes. Almost before my black game. Whether Evgeny, whether Joel was coming to me and saying, basically we are holding it somehow, but I don't think maybe you can consider playing some other opening. I think it was happening. Some little try was happening before almost every game, but I was I was not, following this.
I mean, on these openings, my sparring partner was Yevgeny, and as you know, Yevgeny is sometimes not the most cheerful guy in the world. So if something looks, tough, he would say, "Yeah, it's hopeless." Basically, hopeless for black.
Well,
he's lucky if he can play it once or twice, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what usually the procedure, because in the morning, sorry, we just finishing with it. In the morning, I would just wake up, and the guys were working almost all night long. So then I would check their work, and usually the first thing would be meeting Yevgeny, and he will say, okay, it's totally unplayable, it's just bad, and this line we were looking, and you were really hoping to play, that it's really bad. And then the second Joel would be the second one to meet. They would say, okay, I mean, it's doable, but it's still possible to play. It's not that bad. So it was like a usual order. I mean, Yevgeny was totally terrified, and Joel was a bit more optimistic. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I was telling to Yevgeny, don't tell him it's so bad. He has to play this game. What the hell are you saying? It's so bad. We're not helping.
Okay, good old times.
Yeah, good old times. It's interesting how these things get discovered. This Berlin, which actually was the main weapon for Vladimir. I'm sure it was not easy to analyze it day by day, week by week. This beautiful, very full of tension endgame, right? Day by day.
Yeah, also we should not forget just the last thing that at that time the machines like d3, it was a major program. They were assessing position after queen takes d8, king takes d8 close to +1 from the beginning. So almost any line you analyze, it would give at best 0.7 for white, sometimes +1. So you have to always go against the assessment of the computer, and that is very difficult, very difficult. So it's always, you are never sure that maybe, it feels like it's not so bad, but the computer always gives like +1, and then you really have to be brave to argue with the machine. Yeah.
But maybe it gave you pleasure to argue with the machine because no, it cannot be so bad. It's only bad a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that time it was possible to argue with the machine. Now, if it was,
now of course it's a different story.
Even more depressing than it was.
I mean, now if a machine gives you +1, it probably means you should switch to another opening. Yeah.
Before we let Joel away, just a very quick tour between the games, and I think I will ask you to make your judgment, and you have to decide what will be the final result of the game. So let's start with Carlsen and Duda. What do you think was the position and what will be the end of it?
Yeah, well, I like white. I think white has strong compensation. So I think Carlsen's going to win.
Okay.
Okay. A safe bet, quite safe bet in general. Yeah. Okay.
So let's go. Aronian Caruana.
Yeah, this is tougher. But I would say... I mean, the next few moves are going to be decisive, but I would say Aronian is going to win.
Yeah, I agree, because I don't like now what black is doing, very passive, and I also start to feel that white's initiative becomes very dangerous. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So let's go for the youngsters, Tari and Firuza. Wow, things has happened here.
Actually, wait a minute, but
Rook G8.
Then bishop takes a forward plate. Maybe
B4.
Just he was afraid of knight h3, g4 ideas. B4, queen d6, b5.
So that's the current position, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This is the current position. No more help.
Well, actually, I think white is better. Well, I mean, I prefer white at least. But let's see, what's the time situation?
46 for white.
I see a professional, a real professional time, rating.
Everything has
to be
considered.
Of the players, yeah. So
but I would also bet on white. I'd say white would win.
So you think that the day will be for the white players?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, here I would agree with Joel in the assessment of the first two games, but here I think black is doing more or less okay because he has his trumps here. I mean, knight d8, knight f7. I would rather say that it's complicated, unclear, but I'm not quite sure that white has an advantage here. And since Firuza is in very good form, I would bet on I would even let me risk and bet on the win of Firuze.
Okay. Well, thanks very much, Joel, for being with us. It was great to see your view on the games and on general things. And thanks for sharing your experiences being a coach and second of Vlad.
Yes, it was a pleasure.
Unforgettable experience, I can tell you.
You still have nightmares, yeah?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Joel. So good luck in your business. Try to play a bit of chess, maybe sometimes to follow chess, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. It was great seeing you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Joel.
Thank you, bye. So, Judith, maybe we can also have a small break now. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe just a short break, because after that things will be speeding up, I think.
Yes.
So we are back in a few minutes.
Very good.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kong C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Time, precision, and raw will. That's what drives me.
Fourth on the grid, Marius Nak and the Norwegian driver.
5,000 hours a year. In my line of work, milliseconds separates the best from the next best. In a constant battle against time. That's why time is so important, especially when I'm home in Ålesund. In many ways, this is where I get my inspiration. This is where it started. Therefore, it's always good to come home. I have an amazing team behind me. They are very important, allowing me to focus on what's my job. Millisecond for millisecond.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hello to our viewers. We are back at the 8th Altibox Norway chess tournament, and it's round 6. And we have very interesting games happening right now. What we are going to see on the screen, it's Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. So far, we have actually Levon Aronian, who is playing with the white pieces. He's the leader of the tournament right now with 11 points. And Fabiano is only having 7 points. So actually, it's a crucial game, I believe, also from the tournament point of view. It is a very important game for Fabiano for different reasons. One of the reasons is because he actually lost his last 2 games, which is very painful. And of course, this would be extremely painful to lose the 3rd in a row. So psychologically also must be very difficult to play this position, as I think we would both take white.
Yes,
Vladimir,
now already, but yeah, that's a little bit strange because Fabiano usually, I mean, he played so well first 2 games that it seemed to me that he is in very good form, and when he's in very good form, he can really be unstoppable and score lots of points. We all remember, for example, the St. Louis tournament, yeah, the very famous one, when he made 8 out of 10, I think,
No, isn't it was 7 out of 7 was his start?
Yeah, and then there was 3 draws, right? So probably, yeah, 8.5 out of 10, I think. Yeah, it was amazing, and he played extremely well. But now I don't know what happened, but his play became a bit shaky. Of course, the position is very strong also. And today also, I had a feeling he had quite a nice position at some point, but now it looks really dangerous to me. I mean,
yeah, somewhere here it was quite okay.
It looks quite fine for black. Yeah, I don't see any real problem here. And then something happened, and now his position is very passive. I mean, basically, it is strategically not too bad. It's just very dangerous tactically. I'm not sure if there is no tactical solution now for white, because of course his last move, rook e8, he wants to have his bishop on e8 to protect the bishop to get on e8, and slowly one day to come out, and then 2 bishops might become powerful. But I mean, now white's initiative looks extremely dangerous here. So I'm not quite sure if Fabiano will manage to get what he wants.
Yes, it seems so that Fabiano is also a very active player. Of course, he's also the player who likes to have the initiative. But here in the last few moves, it seems like white really made some good regrouping with his pieces. It was essential for him that he moved from c2 to d2 with his queen, and then from bishop d3 to c2. So now sometimes queen d3 can be a threat to weaken, provoke black to play f5, I think. For example,
I would say this very simple, straightforward way of playing looks very, very dangerous for black. Yeah, knight e5, bishop e8, I suppose, and then maybe a move like queen e3. Yeah, exactly what I wanted to also to mention, and it looks extremely dangerous for black.
Yeah, and in this position, of course, it's interesting to talk about it, that if we would take off the queens, probably black is better, because first of all, the h5 pawn will be weak and the bishop pair can be very powerful. But for the moment, there is no chance for black to have queen d3 actually is on the board right now. So it will be, there is not much of an option for black, if I understand well, because knight f5 is not something to consider really. f5, and now the question is, of course, if the bishop would be on f6, it would be another story, right? Suddenly. But now it's very important that white is going to be taking more space, and I'm pretty sure that white is going to play either knight e5 or knight g5. And even later, the h5 pawn after queen e3 can move to h6.
Yes.
At some stage of the game, so it will be very difficult for black.
Yeah, let's put it this way. If black manages to survive without any serious damage within next few moves, he might be doing well, but it will not be so easy, because I agree, knight g5 is also interesting, trying to get some knight takes e6 tactical ideas. Also looks quite dangerous. Knight g5, I guess anyway, bishop e8 probably will be played, And now all kind of tactical ideas taken on e6 one day might be quite, very serious. Very dangerous position for black requires, but also knight e5. Yeah, I fully agree with Judith that knight e5, queen e3 is simple, logical, and maybe quite effective way of playing. Yeah, because bishop g7, right, and now maybe it's time to search for some tactical ideas. Yeah, queen
but
f4,
knight d5.
Yeah?
Knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we agree very much on that the next few moves will be decisive. Whether black is actually going to be holding and regrouping some of his pieces where it should be to improve his piece play, or white is taking serious advantage. But now this is essential. Actually, I'm even thinking about g4. Is that too crazy? It is, no?
G4,
because of queen f4. No, but maybe after queen e3.
Not impossible also, yeah. But or even queen e3, maybe black can play knight d5, yeah, at least after queen e3, and maybe trying to get, if queen g5, bishop e7, or even h6. Maybe he might be in time then, yeah.
So actually now it's a critical moment, because knight d5 seems to be one of the best defensive move for the next few moves, because queen on e3 should be standing extremely well, but with knight d5 it's possible to kick it out. So after knight e5, bishop
e8, and now I would really be searching for some tactic, for some very, very precise solution, maybe tactical solution here. So it's not easy to say, in this format of commentary, because you need really to go deep into the position. Lots of interesting options here. Yeah?
Yes, but for now it's not so much possible for white, because the rook on d8 stands very well.
Yeah.
So with this pin, this is why we think that the queen should be going out of the pin, so to free possibly the d4 knight also. But maybe it's not so simple for white, because knight d5 and also bishop g7 and bishop f6.
Maybe g4 now might be an option.
Okay, g4 I will not complain about. We have to see g4.
G4, yeah, it looks like a serious try at least, yeah.
So let's say bishop g7?
Yeah, now first of all, I would consider gf. I don't know if it works or not, but it's a move to check.
I'm not going to take the knight, but with
knight f5, no, it will not work. So my original idea was, sorry, to play queen g3 here.
Yes, correct.
Maybe bishop takes e5 might, because I'm threatening to play knight takes f7 check.
Can black play rook d4? Knight g6, I'm sorry.
Yeah, knight g6, yeah. Well, I don't see anything really wrong with bishop takes e5.
No, I'm not sure. You want to go knight g6, I would take.
Take rook g4. King f1. Yeah, black has play here maybe.
No, bishop b5.
Bishop b5, bishop d3 I want, and if knight f4.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, rook d8, yeah, because I'm pinning, yeah.
And if bishop b5, you go bishop d3.
Bishop d3 was my plan, yeah.
Okay, so this is winning for white.
Probably, yeah. But I don't know, bishop takes e5.
You can do it first. Okay, so actually
rook
we
takes
can do
e5, and now
or
other moves also knight c6 I would consider.
I had the idea to go rook d4, knight c6.
Yeah, also possible. Yeah, so maybe g4 is not such a big deal. Yeah. So then another idea is to play, let's say, queen e2, maybe not e3 but e2, just not to allow knight d5 with tempi. Let's say queen goes somewhere to e2. I suppose bishop g7 looks quite logical, and to play knight d4 f3. Okay, that is not so.
But now f6.
F6.
No, it's interesting that it looks very passive for black, but actually, if he's going to be able to play bishop e8, bishop g7, and knight d5, it can be also that white will not have enough.
Yeah, maybe knight g5. Enough. So maybe let's Levon think about it.
And let's move on to some games, because We
And
have
let's
very
move
interesting.
on to Magnus game, yeah, because it looks like this one
Both.
is also getting
Yeah.
sharp, yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that it's so sharp that we talk about this a few.
G3. So let's see what happened since we before B5 97 decided to play. Of course, it is a more logical way to drive your knight. I just didn't want to get my queen to C7. That's why. But maybe it's not such a bad place for the queen. Yeah, somehow G3. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure about G3. It looks dangerous. Yeah, with a rook on G8.
This is for sure that it's deadly dangerous from white side.
Yeah, I don't know. The G3, G4. What is now?
Maybe if we would ask Joel now, he wouldn't be betting on the white side.
Yeah, because G3. Okay, I understand that this bishop on E4 is very annoying, but and I mean, even if Black would have got G4 next with pawn on G2, it's very, very far from creating a serious threat, you know. And now, I guess the idea is that if HG, probably Black wants to take with a bishop on G3, maybe even.
But why? Why not just rook G4?
Maybe some knight somewhere, yeah, or yeah, maybe even this also. Yeah, why not? After all, taking on E6, but bishop G3 is really hanging. Yeah,
it's there.
Yeah, but even bishop takes G3. Can we check? Yeah, because maybe even the straightforward one takes, queen takes G3. Just very simple doubling, tripling, quadrupling on G line, and rook takes G4, and yes, and knight to F5, rook to G8, just kind of playing rook G8 first, maybe. Yeah, just okay, slow queen E1, queen H3, maybe. I'm just getting the pieces. Queen F4. Yeah, I mean, just knight F5. It's,
yeah, it can be easily very shaky for
also,
white.
I don't even say that B5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, for instance, bishop takes B5 is possible instead of rook G8.
It was possible here already.
Yeah.
Oops.
And after all, Black has 3
H4
pawns
is on the board, and now it's a big question. Maybe bishop G3 simply.
I mean, I don't see why not. Yeah, bishop takes G3. Of course, rook G4 might be good, but it's bishop G3.
Well,
let's try to check.
The temptation is big.
Okay, you have to take on G3. Otherwise, Black at minimum just comes back to F4 with a bishop, and White is totally
I think
ruined,
he will grab on G3.
So let's say bishop takes G3, F G3, Queen G3. I don't believe in King H1. Although who knows, King H1. Let's say if King H1, Rook E2, Rook H2, it doesn't look good at all.
I think it's
looks terrible, but yeah, let's see.
I mean, even Queen G4 was possible and Knight F5, by the way. But I think here Bishop B5 is possible also.
Yeah.
But probably, of course, we would more go to Rook G8 with the threat of Rook H4.
Rook H4 is a threat. I mean, yeah, that looks terrible. Yeah. Rook G2, but this is hard to believe. Queen H3, Rook H2. Maybe it's still not made, yeah? So let's come back here. Queen
I think
G2.
Knight F5 is not possible.
Knight F5, yeah, I also had this idea, but maybe just Queen G2 and positional play. No, I mean, this is not so clear, but Queen F4.
No?
Probably Queen F4 just after Rook G2. I mean, why not?
And then Knight F5.
And then Knight F5. This knight comes to G3, and this is terribly dangerous for White. So Bishop G3, F G3, Queen G3. Let's say Bishop G2 probably. Then, yeah, instead of King H1. Bishop G2, Rook takes G4 is natural. Maybe, yeah, I don't know what else. Queen E2, Rook G8.
Yeah, the problem is Queen E2 is not possible. Otherwise, that would be the better move, of course.
Yeah, but here Bishop takes B5. It's already enough to stop analysis. I mean, Black is three pawns already. Even positionally, he's not worth so much already. And he has a terrible long-term attack here.
No, Bishop G3 for sure will be standing on the board.
I don't quite even understand what is the plan of Arian. I mean, G3, G4
G3 was a big mistake, I believe. Let's go to Magnus's game. What do you think? Because there is also some things happening, and we haven't been here for quite some time. So after Bishop, Knight C5, Bishop C2, Bishop A6, Magnus
one.
played 1.
Yes.
Queen E8.
Yeah, somehow I have a feeling that if you already played knight c5 and bishop a6, then you have to follow up with jumping on d3 or something, because if queen e8, then to me it looks like it was just not a great operation, yeah, because bishop on b7 was standing well. I mean, here, whether you don't play at all knight c5, bishop a6, whether you try to follow up with this, what we were looking at, like knight g4, maybe it doesn't work, but knight d3, queen e6, king h8, yeah, probably doesn't work. But anyway, I mean, then if not this, then just somehow queen e8 doesn't make much sense.
It doesn't look like the best fit for the moves previously played.
Just absolutely not fit is in rook d1 and rook c8. It looks already.
But what I see also that since this structure came and it's on the board, this pawn sacrifice by Magnus, Duda was thinking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Duda had quite some time advantage in the beginning, like 15-20 minutes. And now he has like half of the time of Magnus. He has only 26 minutes. And Magnus seems to be comfortable and somehow easy to play.
More than comfortable, I would say. It looks really...
It looks very dangerous.
Yeah, if not simply bad already. I mean,
but the problem is the last two moves, the d7 knight and the b7 bishop went away from the defense.
Away from the defense without any profit. Yeah, I mean, not clear. And before I see knight b7 was played. Well, that is already...
It looks very scary.
I think it's already not scary. I mean, there is nothing to be afraid of anymore for black. Yeah, it probably must be just losing by force. I mean, I'm probably some tactical.
The question is bishop c6 and some sacrifice? Let's go for that, the concrete stuff. Because bishop e3 is also tempting, by the way.
I don't know, every move is tempting. Yeah, it just looks terrible for black, frankly. Yeah, let's say bishop f6, just something very, very straightforward.
Rook takes?
I don't know, pawn, yeah, simply, let's say...
Pawn, I wanted to take on h7, actually.
Take on h7 and queen e4, yeah? Rook d4.
Or rook d4. Maybe it's exaggerating. Maybe this.
I mean, I thought your plan was queen e4. It looks quite strong to me. Maybe no. Where? That's a question. Queen h4.
And knight h5. You want?
Yeah, somehow just to get my pieces close to your king. But maybe it's I don't know how. But queen g6. Okay, even just knight f6. Also, rook f6, I don't know, looks like it just mate, yeah, I mean, rook f6 was probably just mating, yeah, because another one enters to d7, I mean, it just looks like a total demolition of black's position. Yeah, it's very, yeah, I mean, bishop f6, so rook f6, now it looks like you can take on f6 and maybe even simple knight e4. I'm not sure black has enough resources with his bishop on a6 and knight on b7.
Yeah, the pieces are so far away.
Yeah, enough resources just to hold it very, very direct.
By the way, even bishop a4 can be a move in such a position.
Yeah, as well. Also looks quite powerful because b5.
Well, after b5 is special.
Yeah, that's packing the pieces.
It's a special treat to do a6 bishop.
Yeah. No, it's just totally over, yeah, the game. Yeah, it's very strange. I don't know. It was really few, let's be frank, very weak moves from the black side. I guess it was some miscalculation. I'm pretty sure that the idea of Jan-Krzysztof was to play knight d3 or knight g4, and then he understood that he's missing something, I guess. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain on the bishop a6, knight c5 and not following it. So let's see, maybe knight g4, for example. I mean, I don't know what what could have been his idea. I guess knight g4. That is something we have analyzed together with Joel. But it's true, it doesn't look rosy. It doesn't look rosy. Yeah,
it's b4.
You're not threatening to take on c5 at least, yeah, which is a good news.
But okay, I'm threatening to play h3 and take it.
And then, yeah, maybe I can try to play moves like rook e8, maybe just trying to protect the e6 pawn to be able to move the rook out. I don't, because, yeah, I don't know if h3, if I have any tactical idea here, like bishop d3 somewhere, you know, just trying to, but no, hg, yeah, maybe.
I think move before you could go bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3, I was not sure if maybe you can, it looks very dangerous. I mean, even, yeah. But who knows, at least somewhere here there was some chance maybe for black, yeah, at least because, okay, to play queen e8 and rook c8, frankly, it's the position was pretty dangerous already, and now it's already just, I mean, it's obvious that it's bad, yes, and the question is how exactly, yeah, what would be the exact solution, but there is a, yeah, I guess you agree, Judith, there is a clear feeling that the solution is there, yeah.
No, it's clear that when you play knight, very concrete moves can work, but it means that bishop a6 you can play only if after that you play something to d3 to block the power of the c2 bishop, right?
Yeah. I mean, definitely if you play next queen e8, then it's a bishop a6 is a mistake. That's no doubt.
And especially seeing 3 moves later, that pawn b4, knight b7 has to be going.
I guess
I don't understand why.
I think knight d7, bishop a4 probably was.
Yeah, but I mean, at least on knight on d7, I'm defending the f6. And what is this? Queen e7?
Knight f5, maybe. Yeah.
Oops.
I guess the problem was that it was just maybe losing by force. That's why. But I'm not sure that maybe this is already simply lost for black, yeah, by force. It's just too powerful position.
Maybe he was not aware of the power of b4?
Frankly, even if not before, it doesn't look great, yeah, for black. But yeah, before.
By the way, what about playing rook d8 here?
Yeah, rook d8, I guess, again, the same story takes and before, yeah, at least, of course, I fully agree with you. It looks at least...
Yeah, but I just think that the d3 square is a must
to control I fully agree. Yeah, I mean, knight d3, queen takes c6 check, king h8. At least I don't see any forced immediate win for white.
Yeah, because here rook e8, no?
Yeah, knight f4, at least you can kind of...
knight f4.
No, some moves. I mean, it doesn't look like it's losing on the spot, at least, yeah. So I don't know. After knight d3, I would consider, of course, ideas of like even rook takes f6. Who knows? Bishop takes d3. But yeah, it doesn't. I don't know why not rook d8. Let's maybe let's think what was there must be a direct refutation, because frankly, rook c8 looks very strange. You are not even. I mean, it's like pass, yeah, it's not really improving the position so much. So rook d8.
No, really, the d3 square is the main issue in this position, nothing else, I think.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Yeah, I mean, before knight d3 probably immediately, and then if you take, I don't see any direct way for white to win.
No, probably you have to take on d8. I think that should be the
d8. I mean, this variation which we.
But at least we simplify a little bit.
Yeah, even there is some knight g4.
By the way, knight g4.
Yeah, I'm thinking about knight g4. I'm not sure because queen c3. I'm a bit concerned about queen c3 move. Yes. And after e5, yes, the thing is that I might even take on f8 and maybe even take on c5 if I'm not mistaken.
Queen f2, bishop f1.
In h1, yeah, and then bishop e4 or something. I don't. Maybe.
No. Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Yes. So the question is if you are in time, yeah, here, because maybe bishop e4 takes. I mean, your king is also c6, bishop c6. Yeah, is the idea. So let's say. Yes, my plan was queen c4, queen e4, but you can go to f8, yeah? Still, queen e4, queen b2, yeah? And maybe it's holding. Yeah, but of course I understand it looks dangerous, but anyway, it's like, the choice is, to my understanding, it's whether to play rook d8, whether to resign. Yeah, there is a choice of those two options. So I would, out of those two, I would prefer playing rook d8. But okay, let's see. But I'm sure Magnus will just finish the game now somehow.
Okay, so in the meantime, Firuza is thinking about the sacrifice on g3, but we have g4, which I wanted to play, but I thought that queen f4 is the problem.
No,
Wasn't
g4
it
of course
here?
makes sense, but somehow it
Knight
can get
e5
double-edged. Yeah. Also, I'm considering bishop b5 ideas after g4. I don't know. I don't know how clear is bishop b5.
But can white just...
You can take ab. At least, I simplified the position a bit, maybe. Yes, the idea was to take on g4, but yeah, that might not work really. Or maybe to play queen f4. I mean, now your king is becoming also a bit weak. Yeah, then bishop g7. Yeah, bishop g7 instead of queen f4 maybe. Jeff, I mean, your king is becoming also vulnerable, but I'm not sure about bishop b5. g4 here looks a little strange. Yeah? I mean, it looks like black might have quite a number of
It seems like Levon
options.
is very much in the mood, but he's going down on time quite a bit. He has only 16 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about g4 somehow. I don't know.
For now, he's the leader of the tournament.
Maybe even some strange moves like f6. Of course, it looks very strange, but...
f6?
Very strange move, but... I mean, the idea is if gf, maybe e5, I can try to get.
g5, what do you do?
g5, well, now some very sharp play, starts. I guess I want maybe even e5.
e5?
Terribly complicated, takes, and who knows, e4. Yeah, knight d5. Of course, it's very dangerous, for both. Maybe ef even you can take already. No, ef3 maybe was possible.
Takes?
Yeah, takes bishop e7, but probably there is no mate. Yeah, rook e7, rook g8, king h1, rook g2, knight f3. Yeah, it's probably just not in time.
I don't know, I have the feeling that it's not enough for black.
Yeah, shouldn't be enough, Okay, anyway, but of course many moves after g4. I mean, somehow looks, I don't know, but maybe it works tactically, but just intuitively, I don't like this move in this particular position.
Yeah. Maybe what about black playing bishop c6?
Or bishop e8, I thought even,
E8,
something very solid, Because bishop c6, maybe knight e5 would come,
still, of course, e7 is, f7 is vulnerable.
Because if gf5, the idea is just to take knight takes f5.
Yeah, g4 is a shaky choice.
Very double. I mean, it's really taking risk, a lot of risk, because now white king, as you can see, white king becomes also...
Very strange choice by Levon, don't you think so? He goes down in time and he goes for the extremely sharp, risky move. Like, it's kind of like double or nothing.
Yes, but it makes sense. I know, again, from my own experience, that sometimes if you don't see anything clear and your time is running, you start to have really problems with time. You want to force matters, because you understand, okay, 16 minutes, lots of, position is very complicated. You want something forced, forcing just to make your play easier. So that I can understand, and maybe he just couldn't find anything which he was fully satisfied with in other lines.
Yeah, but is it something that he's losing control?
I don't know, but it looks like it's very double-edged now. I mean, just intuitively, I have no idea what is computer saying and so on, but intuitively, I'm not sure it's so clear already. If before the g4, I would say maybe it's not, there is nothing very direct, but at least clearly white is pressing. Now I already don't know. I mean, it's just
in your
very unclear.
career, when you felt that you're in great form, did you say to yourself in a position that, well, okay, I'm in good form, everything works out for me, I go for this sharper thing? Was it something that you were considering in your decision making, whether which direction, how risky moves you're taking?
Yes, definitely.
Taking in account?
I would say more, I was taking account bad form. Yeah, when I was in kind of, I would say, normal form or a good form, I would just try to play best moves as I consider, them. But when I'm in bad form, yes, something is not going well, I would sometimes play a bit safer. Even if I would believe that probably the sharper move is objectively better, but maybe sometimes I would make a more safer move, not because of fear, just because it was clear to me that there is a certain, for me usually bad form was when some kind of calculation mechanism was getting broken a bit, for certain reasons, and then I would just be sure that if the game gets very sharp for quite some time, I would just maybe miss something or would not be able to calculate it accurately.
Were you ever afraid of yourself? Like, were you in any time such a bad form, or you felt it that way, that you said, oh my God, whatever I'm doing, it turns out I had actually.
No,
and
I knew
that, oh my God, I'm going to do something, and what am I going to do?
No, more than once. I mean, of course, many times. Yeah, I mean, there was, but I remember once I was really I was more in very bad physical shape, and it's a long story, maybe some other time, but it was really like I was just hoping for the tournament to finish, and it was really quite scary actually one game, because it was just at this moment when I had this arthritic crisis, and was the last tournament I played. Then I stopped for half a year, made some treatment, and came back already in a good health, but that was really bad. I mean, I remember this was the most awful tournament in the sense of feeling, how I felt emotionally and physically. I mean, that was really a horror, And I can tell you just one small example. I mean, it is absolutely true. I can tell you, it seems unbelievable, but it's true. That one of the games I played D4, and okay, there was a King's Indian, this classical King's Indian, D5 97. And there is this line before knight h5 rook e1 or something. I played it all my life against you, Kasparov, so many games, and I was in such a shape that here I spent 15 minutes in this position. It was against Zvyagintsev. It was Russian Championship 2004 or 2005 and actually here I started to think. And can you imagine? I was not able to recall exactly the move here. I mean, bishop e2, e5, castle, knight c6, d5, knight e7. And okay, there is this variation before knight h5, rook e1, which is actually I don't know how many games I played and only beaten Kasparov twice, I think, here and so on. It was my variation I played. And in fact, in this position after knight e7, I spent 15 minutes, just after knight e7. I was not sure if I start with rook e1 or with b4. I mean, no, it was really bad, because I of course I know, but then before, so whether it before knight h5, rook e1 or rook e1, but I said before maybe a5 is possible. a5, maybe b8, but okay, I'm breaking my structure. But starting with rook e1, it looks very strange, because he can play a5 or something. So can you imagine my shape that I was? And finally I played bishop d2, because finally I couldn't manage to remember exactly what was. So I played bishop d2, was a draw finally. But after that game I understood. And after that,
was it?
It was 2005, end of 2005. Actually, immediately I came from this tournament and I took this half-year break from chess just to cure myself, because I had the arthritic crisis, couldn't sleep at nights, and I was just in absolutely awful shape. So that is about physical shape. So basically, of course, but sometimes I was doing so badly chess-wise that also the blundering, a lot of blunders that somehow I felt like whatever I would do, I would blunder something.
Yeah, I remember we were playing in the tournament in Sofia together in 2004.
Yeah, that was
and
another
there
one,
you were blundering, and it
every
was
game,
shocking to see that.
Yeah, it was the same story. It was the same year, so it was already starting to really be a serious problem. I was already taking pills all the time, just anti-pain, a lot of anti-pain, so which was killing my brain completely. And then at the end of this period was this before Rookie 1 story. And then I understood, okay, it's time to take a break and to start curing myself. So yeah, it happens, of course, it happened. So let's come back to...
In the meantime, Magnus played not taking on f6, but he decided to go knight e4, which actually seems to be very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful. I think Magnus, he likes usually, I'm sure he was calculated, but he likes simple solutions.
He likes
practical.
The safe, clear, without contingencies.
Yeah, and maybe he's right. Yeah, maybe it is
knight g5.
Yeah, looks like knight g5 is his plan, but rook takes c2 maybe is the idea.
Sorry, rook c2.
Rook takes c2 and maybe knight queen e4 he wants. So queen e4 I thought maybe.
But why not just to take?
Rook f1 check.
Oh.
Yeah, there is this check. Yeah.
Well, even that white is better.
Yeah, maybe, but already. But okay. Already a fight. Yeah. So maybe queen e4, but then I don't know. We have to. Yeah, then I can already take on g6, take on c2, and this is quite a simple win,
yeah. Queen h5.
Then queen e6.
Queen e6.
Queen e6 already, yeah.
And mate on f8.
So maybe that is bishop d3, queen d3. I don't see what does it give. So knight g5, maybe not by far not the only way to play, yeah, but also, of course, another option is rook takes f8, queen takes f8, knight g5 instead of knight g5. Yeah, rook takes f8, queen takes f8, I guess. I don't know about knight f6 check. Not quite sure if it's not winning.
And
knight takes f6, queen takes e6 check, king h8, and now, yeah, like bishop f6, and then maybe some queen f5. But I don't see how it wins. Yeah, rook c2, who knows? Maybe there is some mate somehow. No, I don't see it, yeah. Yeah, probably not. But even if not knight f6, but knight g5 maybe. There must be, of course.
Yeah, Magnus doesn't like to complicate things. He likes to simplify things.
Knight g5 is...
But actually, how do you mate here?
Yeah, good question. Queen e6, king h8. Let's do something beautiful. Knight f7, king. I don't know yet what, but it will be.
Bishop g7.
It will be immortal. Bishop g7, king g7, knight f5.
Maybe you just take it.
Yeah, but takes it's lost. Yeah. You mean king h8? Yeah, it must be a win. I mean, I have no maybe something even simpler, but true. Maybe even knight g5.
Well, maybe rook e2. Trying to hold.
I don't know some.
Well, b5 is a move.
Yeah, b5 is but then at least some chances for black. Yeah. No, but I'm sure that was a win. I mean, we can just wait, and I'm absolutely sure he will show us and the public and his opponent the most accurate and precise way to win it. I have no doubt that it exists.
Yeah. Well, even knight c5 at some point, maybe.
Yeah, knight c5, maybe knight takes c5. No, but I think what we are...
Okay, in the meantime...
this knight g5 is very... Yeah, let's check.
In the meantime, Fabiano is taking already a 10-minute time to think. And interestingly enough, Firuza did not take on g3.
Yes, I don't know.
He was not ready to sacrifice the piece. Interesting that he decided this way. We will definitely ask him why.
Yeah.
But of course, the temptation is big because
maybe he just thinks that it's anyway very good. Yeah, that
you can do it anytime.
You can do it anytime, but
right.
Yeah, I'm not so sure because now if you take, I have this knight g1 resource maybe. Yeah, fg, queen g3, knight g1, for example. And yeah, pieces can get close to defense next, queen f3. Of course, it still might be a long
You know, I would even consider after bishop g3 to play b6 first.
Yeah. Maybe queen f4, queen h6 then is the idea.
Okay, queen f4 takes, rook takes.
Oh, even queen h6 immediately. But I guess rook takes.
I want to go king h2.
Yeah.
e5.
e5 was my idea, yeah. Knight h4, rook g3 or something. Knight g1. Yeah, rook g3, we don't... Rook g3.
Sorry?
Rook takes g3, I mean...
Takes?
I don't see mate, but...
but you just want to get rid of...
Yes, yeah, you just do it and then you see queen f4 check, king g2. Rook g8 check. King h1. Knight f5 maybe.
Rook c3.
Rook c3, yes, rook c3.
I'm not going to give up so easily as you wish.
Yeah. Knight g3 check. No, knight g3 check is not so clear. Yeah, okay, that was probably... That is probably not enough, but...
No, but actually it's interesting because Firuza has to make a decision, right? I mean, now after king h1, I mean, you have to decide whether you move away with your bishop, you leave it.
Yeah, but frankly, bishop g3, I don't see what after f g3, yeah? Because
maybe
knight
e5. What do you think about move e5?
Right here, yeah? Yeah, knight g1, I would suggest.
Maybe you can also take
just take, but that bishop takes h3, you want ef, yeah?
Yeah, but maybe I just take it back.
Takes.
Knight g1.
Yeah, it doesn't look so clear, yeah? Knight g1, or immediately knight g1. Yeah, let's say...
No, of course you want to take on g3, but white is more prepared than before.
Yeah, here it is already, doesn't look so obvious.
But if black has to go bishop h6, then it's, I mean, e6 is hanging. I don't know, is there something...
I don't know whether we were missing something, but it looks so straightforward and so kind of obviously strong. So maybe the problem was king h1 after bishop, but still, it looks like in the worst case, black will have a very powerful compensation. Yeah, and here,
so let's see, takes.
Well, to start with, you don't really have to take also. I mean, there are some moves like maybe rook g1, I would consider, but okay. Let's say I take.
Rook g1, I just go back.
Yeah, and then take queen e2. I mean, it depends if if fg is losing, yeah. So I mean that.
But then black is better.
Yeah, then black is better. But fg, maybe rook takes g3.
e5 was played. Wow, this is what we just talked about, right?
e5. Okay, let's maybe try knight g1.
But by the way, what if I just go here and take?
And now?
You know what I also have? b6, though I'm not sure it makes sense.
Yeah, I can always have queen c8, yeah. The question if it's useful or not, b6. Yeah, let's say takes on d7. Knight g1, of course, attack is still there. I would prefer not to take on yet. On d7, not to get the queen.
Okay,
I mean,
so
maybe to
G1.
start with knight g1, or maybe d might be working also, I don't know. But let's say knight g1. Of course, it's still very dangerous, yeah? I mean, I agree. It's still very, very dangerous for white.
So maybe let's take on h3.
Yeah, bishop h3, knight h3, and maybe just queen d7.
Queen d7 is also possible, you're right. But then maybe no. Actually, it looks very shaky for white.
They're very dangerous. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So maybe let's see after e5. Let's see. Maybe it would be time to give up exchange at some point. d5 is very useful if it works. Yeah, if you have it. Because I don't know if bishop h3, ef6 will not end up in mate somehow. Because if fe, this is at least a better version in any case for white.
What about taking here?
Yeah, bishop takes h3.
And knight h5.
Knight g5. Yeah. Not that I would like being white here, but it doesn't look to me that it's losing by force, at least.
Let's see, after d takes e5, what else can black do?
Of course, bishop takes h3 has to be considered seriously.
Yes.
ef6, and now maybe some brilliancy. Not easy to see what exactly. Not so clear, yeah.
No.
I don't see what.
We
Yes,
have a move in Fabiano's game.
Ah, you
Very
see.
interesting move, what you suggested, f6. f6.
f6, yeah.
And we were discussing g5, because if gf5, then your plan is to play e5.
I was planning to play e5, and if knight takes e5, then I thought I can take, and f6, bishop f5, probably I have. Still, it has to be, I don't know, then fe maybe. Yeah, it's quite a messy position. Rook takes d1. Yeah, it's. But let's see. After gf e5, knight takes e5. So gf e5, knight takes e5.
Well, there is not much to think, no?
No, I was just thinking if after ef maybe he simply wants to play some move like knight takes f5.
After gf, you mean?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and then trying to use the G line, but it looks very strange, very, very strange. I don't believe that was his intention. Yeah, so.
Well, queen d4, it seems.
Yeah, no, probably not. Probably the idea is to play e5, but then knight takes e5. Yeah, I mean, for now it doesn't look so clear to me. So gf, yeah, it's a very simple gf. Of course, g5 is a serious option, but let's say if e5, knight takes e5, takes f6. Well, I don't see anything better than bishop f5, because knight f5, knight takes f5. And after bishop f5, queen g3. Yeah, and here it looks dangerous. I mean, let's say fe simply. Fe, why not to take the knight? Well, this I can even play knight takes e2 after all. I thought that maybe fe bishop takes d1, but looks very dubious. Yeah, knight e6 maybe also possible. Yeah, I don't know, looks quite dubious, because bishop e7, knight e6, yeah, it's possible.
Yes.
So bishop d1, now it doesn't look, doesn't look great after bishop d1. Bishop takes d1, because at least I can, I thought I can take on d8 maybe. Rook takes d8. And knight e6, it must be collecting a lot of material. But Levon, he went g5.
G5, which is also very tempting, let's face it. And he has only 10 minutes and 28 seconds for the whole game, and only from move 40, he's going to receive 10 seconds of bonus.
Which is also not that much, let's be fair, for such a position. So g5, of course, so many options here. So many.
Very, very complicated.
Very complicated, and here this time can become a crucial.
What about queen f4 here?
Yeah, and so queen f4, knight d5, a lot of moves, yeah.
Queen f4, one option.
Knight d5, another option. Trying to get the knight to f4. So
e5, we were talking. I think that.
Yeah, e5 is an option. gf, and here lots of moves possible. e4, and what is going on? Maybe rook takes e4 can be okay. Fe, queen e4. And just to take back, I mean, the exchange and quite a lot of pawns. I mean, that must be good for white. So probably not e5, but...
Okay, let's go back to Magnus's game for a second, okay? Because
he took on
Magnus
f8.
decided rook f8. And I'm pretty sure it will be queen f8. But if king f8, it's a sad story, but maybe
Very
it's
sad
sad
story.
anyway. Maybe it's sad anyway. We both agreed that it should be a winning position for white.
Well, king f8 maybe doesn't lose immediately, but even if it doesn't lose immediately, it will lose. Yeah, that's why I think in such situations, you just take with a queen, you close your eyes and just, just
pray.
Pray. Yeah, that's all you can do, because king f8, I'm sure.
Yes, but you can feel it that after queen f8, you're going to have something very bad, very sad.
Yeah, you can feel it, but then sometimes you're just
c5.
Sometimes you are lucky, just somehow miraculously it works, everything works. Yeah, and
okay, on the board.
Yeah, but okay, now it's already too late to worry, as I said before. Just have to
go with the flow.
Yeah, and to see if this day you'll just get your luck. Yeah, but it's not very likely.
Well, yesterday he had his.
Well, yesterday I would say the position was not that bad and his play was a bit better, because here actually I'm thinking about some bishop b1 move, for example, just to
you want to do it the most painful way.
Yeah, just to say, okay, my friend, show me. Here already knight f6 must be winning. Yeah, probably.
King h8,
and then something, queen e6.
No, then queen c5 check.
King h1, even this probably is good enough. Yeah.
But why?
Just bishop f6, I said.
No, he'll fight.
I agree, it's at least some fight, even if probably it will be mate anyway.
You're not very big optimist in this.
No, but I mean, I do not feel optimism with the bishop on a6 and knight on b7 when white has all pieces in attack. I don't see reasons for optimism. I mean, I would love to, but it's quite difficult to be optimistic.
To push yourself to be optimistic.
Yeah, also bishop b3 is quite cool. Yeah.
No, of course you want to go knight g5 at first.
But actually bishop b3 might be also very strong. Yeah, just to, because you have to play bishop c4, I suppose. And now some tactics here maybe will just end the story. I mean,
but why you can go queen f5, let's say.
Queen f5. I don't know, something must. Queen g3. Just some kind of simple moves might end it. But of course, yeah, I would try just to win by force. I would try to calculate, because moves like knight g5 are not too difficult to calculate, or knight f6 check. And if something wins, you just do it. Yeah. Why to... I mean, knight g5 is not a very difficult move. If it wins, it wins. Yeah.
Well, knight g5.
Okay, let's find some beautiful mate.
Yeah.
Rook c2, queen e6 check.
Queen e6. King goes out. And now we were thinking to give it check and bishop e7 after
and
knight.
Now let's see where do we jump with a knight to have the most painful check after. Don't see immediate mate, yeah? Yeah, I don't see how to mate immediately, so maybe this variation, I could have just checked on e8, but I'm not sure it makes a big difference. Yeah, I mean, I could have checked on knight d6, I mean.
Yeah, but here actually black doesn't even have to take with the king. Black can take also with the queen, I think.
It's maybe possible. Yeah. I mean, maybe you're right. Yeah, knight h6, king h8. Somehow it feels like we are missing some very simple win. Yeah, but I cannot see it.
Maybe knight e5.
Yes, king h8. Because he's getting his queen f2.
No, I wanted somehow, yeah, knight g6 and stuff.
Yeah. No, I guess knight f7, knight h6, bishop g7, king g7. Let's see this variation. But frankly, if it's so kind of complicated in brackets, I would maybe prefer just to play more quiet moves. And bishop g7, king g7. How was it? Knight f5 check, king h8, queen d5. But okay, that's yeah. That definitely you don't go for it in such a incredible position for white. You don't calculate up to this position, which is not totally obvious. Yeah, if it's winning, no, that he will not do. I'm pretty sure. So I'm sure there must be a simpler way for white to call it a day. Maybe even bishop a4, like Magnus style, just bishop d7. Yeah, you want b5, you want bishop d7.
But okay, after bishop a4, you want to threat with b5.
Yeah, also b5 is a threat.
Because I thought to play just simply queen e7.
Yeah, b5 is b5, knight c5 maybe, but yeah, the knight taken.
We have a move with the Fabiano game.
Yes.
Let's go there and
queen f4.
Magnus will solve it.
yeah, I think so. Better than us.
F4. Queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah.
Queen f4, so g takes f6.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
Or not immediately. Yeah, it's hard to say
just
what
knight
is the plan.
d5. But after knight d5, knight d5.
Knight e5, yes. Even so, I don't know if I cannot do something here like queen g5 check. You get queen g3, queen f6, knight d7. Yeah, then the pawn on e6 is hanging. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe GF knight c6 is an option, but yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, check on g4 also, because it's an open question. Where do you go? Yeah, king h1, I suppose.
Yeah, but
then bishop comes to c6. Yeah, that's
queen
also
takes here first.
Yeah, because knight h2, bishop c6 check is coming.
Well, after knight h2, anything, I guess. Knight g6 is also doesn't look bad.
But I mean that at least this is probably queen g4 is very safe for.
No, queen f4 can be maybe very strong, and Aranyan goes down under 8 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, maybe queen e3 at least. Okay, it's already panic, but.
No, but after queen e3, I think queen g4 check anyway.
It is panic, yeah, but king f1, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look good, I agree.
Not at all.
Least, yeah, knight d5 is
coming. Knight d5.
Yeah, no. I don't even know if queen f4.
No, actually, this queen f4 is...
Doesn't look too bad for white. Must be a way somehow. Maybe, what about knight e2? Some very strange move, knight e2.
Gf6 is on the board.
And knight e2 was not possible. Queen g4 check, knight g3. Very strange, but...
Bishop c6?
Queen d8 I wanted.
Queen
f3. If it works. But I wanted at the end bishop e4 and maybe gf and who knows, yeah, some miraculous ideas.
But okay, here it's also possible to take simply and queen f3.
Yeah, take queen f3. Yeah, that was my plan, and to play like bishop e4 here maybe.
But okay, you can resign, no?
I'm not quite sure about it, to be honest, but probably I can resign. Yeah. So it was not working. Okay, good. So gf, queen g4 check.
No, something. But what is this? King f1 on the board. Isn't that bishop b5?
c4 maybe.
e4.
You have, yeah.
But after king f1, I think simply queen h3.
Queen h3, king e2, yeah?
King e2, and let's say knight.
And knight jumps.
I mean, this doesn't look so funny.
Yeah, but tactical also, maybe.
Queen e2 only move, right?
You think? I wanted to give up a queen, knight e5 or something, you know.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't mean it works, but that's what I wanted. King d2, knight d3, and some checks, but no more than that, yeah. Okay, bishop takes d3, of course, with a certain positional compensation, but that's not enough.
I understand that this is a funny position, but is it good?
No, that shouldn't be good. So king f1, So you want to check, okay, king g1, it's minimum draw and maybe more, so king e2 if you want to be. Now also black has, of course, probably more than one move, but knight d5. Yeah, it's of course awfully complicated, yeah, because
White is down to under 7 minutes. So something really good. I think G4 was not a good decision, generally speaking. And with such a short time, he was maybe over optimistic.
Yes, and you see Magnus, bishop b1, as predicted. Bishop b1, quiet and probably quite strong. Yeah,
it's a painful move.
Yeah, because knight g5 is a threat. Still all the threats are.
Once I had a game, one of my best game in my career. I won in '99 against Anand. You were playing in that tournament also, Dos Hermanas. And
I remember this beautiful game, this two-piece sacrifice. Yeah.
I won this game in the Najdorf with the two-piece sacrifice. Well, it was theory, but then I was playing well, and I got the position where practically black could not make a move. I still had a piece down. And then at some point, it was kind of a zugzwang for black. Of course, I had winning moves here and there in that position, but at some situation, I just played b3.
Yeah, I remember this very well. Yeah.
And you know, it was so strange that it was like move 30 something, and the pawn structure was black had a5 and b4. Like black gained a little space, and I saw this move b3, and I said, maybe it's not the best, but this is the best practical move, because Anand will be like falling apart because it's so painful.
Yes,
I played b3, I won the game, and after that, his second Ubilava told me, when you played b3, I knew it's over.
Yes, so it's
sometimes quiet moves are much more painful when you're calculating that you're just saving it or whatever. They make a quiet move, and then you see that actually you have no move.
And that is a sign of a high class. Yeah, when you notice such move and you play such moves, like it's a sign of a high class. Yeah, then because very often it's quite difficult. You're emotional. I mean, you calculate variations. Sometimes difficult to stop and just to say, but okay, what is his knight? What if I just improve my position quietly?
Yeah.
But it's true. Yeah, bishop f1 looks very.
Yeah, powerful. I think it's the most painful move.
And
I wouldn't be surprised if there would be something concrete with the engine.
But that's because I mean I just don't see there are so many threats White has. Yeah, that this game queen takes b4 was played, but now.
Now knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8, I guess is the plan. Yeah. King h8 and after king h8 you can even take a knight h5 if you want to play it safe, but probably easier.
Why not rook d7?
Rook d7, yeah, but rook d7 is in brackets complicated. But of course it's also probably winning. At knight, yeah, I mean that's already a matter of taste, let's put it this way. It's a matter of taste. And I'm sure, knight f6 check, king h8, and now. So
after king h8, why not queen e6?
Yeah, it's also possible. At least, I mean, that is a line we were analyzing. Yeah, I mean, and basically we thought it was winning. Yeah, that was exactly the line. Queen c5 check. Okay, bishop d4, of course. But
why not bishop d4?
Maybe queen takes d4, rook c1. There are two checks at least. That's, of course, that's it. But there are two checks. King f2 check, king g3. Yeah, I don't see. You want like this, yeah?
I don't want it, trust me.
Well, I mean, bishop somewhere, bishop d3. But yeah, I think it's, of course, winning still.
Interesting that black is hesitating, but there is not much of a choice after knight f6. Or king
maybe
f7,
king f7. Maybe king f7 is, but then I take on rook d7. Hard to believe. I mean, you can, because this is, no, that is just finishing, yeah.
Yeah, this is just over. So
it's
king
just
F,
over, so.
king H8 is the only possible try.
Maybe there is a forced just mate here. That's why he.
What about taking?
Yes, I thought for a second about it, but queen takes e6 check, and if I want, queen takes c8 even. Yeah, if I want. Yeah, and just queen d7, queen d5, simple and effective. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so generally speaking, king h8 the only move.
Mm-hmm. So queen e6. I don't know if queen e6. Somehow, I would like to make it even simpler than that. Like it's
By the way,
if I
knight
just
d5 is possible too.
yeah, queen e1 takes rook
e7.
e7. Yeah, rook g8 at least. Yeah. Or d4, maybe there is some d4, but yeah. d4 you can probably also take on d4. But well, that's, yeah, of course it's also winning, yeah. So maybe let's move to other game. Let's wait for Magnus to show us what is
Let's
the
see what's going on with Firuza's game.
Yes, because some quite some complications, yeah.
What was going on? We saw
after queen d7, knight h2,
queen h3,
queen h3, rook g1, rook g8, queen e2,
e4. Well, black looks
e4.
winning, no?
e4.
Because gf is not possible to rook g2.
Mm-hmm. It's just that e4, I don't know, because knight f5 seemed... because he wants to stop knight f3, I see. And now rook c3.
Knight f5. Well, it seems like it's over.
Over? No, I mean, of course it's bad, yeah, but...
well, take
d4 is falling also, yeah. Yeah, actually, white now black has a free attack simply, yeah, for...
Knight e4, but what is knight e4? D takes e4?
I guess ideas maybe queen takes e4.
And bishop g3?
Yeah, I don't know, but okay, maybe just bishop g3, fg3.
Anything?
And resigns, yeah, probably, yeah, I don't know what is the plan.
This is the position where...
That's what the queen takes e4, and yes, maybe there is something else than bishop g3, but bishop g3 looks good enough. Yeah, I don't know, very strange game, yeah, because...
Well, if Firuza is winning this game, he is going to be taking the lead if Aronian is not going to be saving himself, if he will not win. Firuza has 10 points and Aronian has 11. And if Firuza wins, he's going to have 13.
And that is very likely that he's
and
going
Magnus
to win.
will have 12. And Aronian has,
well, we don't know how much he will have, Aronian.
No, but we see his position.
Yeah, which is very sharp, yeah.
Which is after queen h3, I wouldn't bet on him.
By the way, Magnus, he has played queen takes e6, so I guess I mean, why not? It's a simple solution. Queen c5 check looks like, no, rook f8 maybe.
What about knight c5?
Knight c5, queen takes d5 probably is very strong because queen d8 is threatening. Yeah? That's
true.
But maybe rook f8, some crazy move. I mean, of course, instead of knight c5. No, instead of here, it's probably better. Rook f8. No, of course, it's... I cannot believe it, but still. Probably time to attack h7 pawn with a queen or something. Like queen h3, maybe. Knight f6, bishop takes f6. I don't know if there is a way to... queen c5, check and h5 at least, yeah?
Very beautiful.
Bishop d4, queen d4, yeah.
Oh, poor black.
Well, at least you don't, Still 5, bishop f5 maybe wins, but it's still a fight. Takes, king g8, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe there is no mate.
So you mean rook f8?
Rook f8, yeah.
Well, seems to be kind of the only move, right?
True, but I have my doubts. Maybe some very pragmatic solution will, but I don't see immediately.
Why not simply queen d5 and
queen b2?
Queen f5?
Queen f5.
Or queen e4?
5 maybe. Okay, g6. You know that we've been praying a lot, yeah, last few moves. So who knows? Maybe the prayers will start to. Queen h5, maybe queen h5 might be painful. And h6, queen g6. Okay, it must be gone, yeah, normally. No, that's probably over, yeah. So let's see, maybe, bishop takes g3, rook g2 is played. Let's see, maybe the Firouzja game, rook g2. And
h5.
Oh, many moves. I want, of course, to finish it in a beautiful way. I mean, queen h5 is, of course, good, but I want, yeah, okay, let's try to find something beautiful.
I'm not sure. There will be.
Rook e7 is quite solid, yeah.
Maybe it's better, but it's not going to be spectacular.
Yeah, it's not so spectacular. Yeah, of course, I wanted something.
Queen b1?
Rook e8, maybe. It's quiet. But of course,
just want to go for the best, not spectacular, just the best.
Yes, of course, probably Judit queen h5 is a simple. I mean, here it's already game over.
Well, rook e7 was played.
Rook e7 was played, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So queen b1 and...
Well, it's painful. Rook e8, what you said.
Yeah, not only, but probably... Yeah, it is very sad for young Norwegian player, yeah, because somehow, frankly, you know, it looks like he's he's just falling apart, yeah.
Things are happening, yeah, poor him. But we are having some action here.
Queen d2, yeah. So let's see what was king e2 was played. Knight d5, queen d2, bishop b5,
bishop
check.
b5. So what happens if knight takes b5? Black just wants to take it back?
Probably, yes, probably the idea is to take it back. I don't...
Well, it's... Aronian is playing with fire. He's under 5 minutes. And he's going to receive only 10 seconds, only starting in 12 moves from now. So it's going to be very difficult. And his king is naked there.
Yes, but also black king is not completely safe. Yeah, let's put this. I mean, I'm not sure about the assessment of the position. Yeah, maybe white is... Okay.
Can white play bishop d3? With the idea bishop d3.
Yeah, it looks dubious. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but hard to believe. Yeah, I mean after bishop d3 takes.
And I would want to sneak out on c2.
But there are some moves here. Yeah, let's be fair. Maybe
but
even
probably after bishop d3, maybe black goes e5 or something.
e5.
With the idea of knight
terribly
f4.
Complicated, of course.
Knight b5 is on the board.
Knight b5, yeah, okay. Knight takes b5.
Tension grows with the leader, Aronian, having 11 points. Of course, this is a crucial game of the tournament. Because
by the way,
would win,
Firouzja, he won the game, yeah. So he played exactly rook e7, rook e8.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. So I guess we'll have a press conference soon, but maybe we should first see the time troubles, yeah, because the positions are... Oh, Rook A8.
Rook A8 is on the board. Rook A8. We were not considering this move, Rook A8. Rook A8. Black is trying to save himself, but how? Queen takes D5. Queen B2. White is going to go...
Well, I'm trying first to understand why Rook on A8 is better placed. I mean, for example, if White is playing, again, Queen H3 or something.
But also Queen D5, I think.
No, Rook A8 is... it's maybe like to shock the opponent, yeah, just to...
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, probably...
well, Queen D5 is on the board. I think the simplest, Queen B2, Queen H5, and game over. Actually, this was exactly the same thing with the
Rook on F8
also.
Yeah. But there at least we had one more move, like H6. No, here
Queen
you...
G6.
Queen G6.
Like the problem is for black, simply Queen H5.
Yeah.
H6.
No, now the game will be over, yeah. So let's see if what should we do? Because of course the game Aronian-Caruana is extremely exciting, yeah, and it's should we have the press conference with Firouzja, who won the game?
Well, I don't know if he's ready. We can ask a few questions. It seems like
yeah, because I don't know, maybe public would like to see the continuation of this extremely complicated and tense game. But yeah, let's see.
We'll see.
For now, we
after knight b5. Well, it's very, very stressful for white. It's very complicated game. And now, what can black think about? A takes b5.
Maybe Queen G4. Some very strange move. Queen G4. I'm thinking about, or
the
even E5,
over,
or
I
even
think
E5.
Black resigned. Magnus just won his game.
And actually, Fabiano played Queen G4 here. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
We will be very quick probably because the game, the game is going on and it's extremely sharp and complicated. Aronian,
Can you tell us what was the most crucial point from your point of view? Where did you, if we have to pick one?
I think you shouldn't close the center. I think it was a mistake. Like b5, c5, it's just a mistake, I think. And then I had a very easy attack, so you should always keep this cd5 option, I think.
So would you consider that you have a better position here, or you're not sure whether if he's not playing c5?
I think I'm a little better, but it is easier for me at least to play. So, yeah, okay.
And we had one question.
Yeah, we were very much wondering. G3 looks like a real mistake.
Yeah, G3, okay.
But we couldn't see a slightest defense after bishop takes G3.
Yeah,
so.
bishop G3, of course. I was calculating a lot. Takes.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I don't take. C6, I go.
G3.
I go C6.
C6.
Because now I have to somehow take this knight, and I need my knight in attack, I think.
And rook takes G4 is not mate, yeah? Okay, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, the C6 was very annoying, because FG, I'm sure it's mate, yeah.
Yeah, FG is really bad. And if you just take twice, let's say, I mean...
Yeah, with knight, let's say, because bishop always E6 is hanging. So... And now I need my knight on a 5.
Yeah, but still, if you take with a bishop, I mean on c6,
yeah,
because
bishop,
I would like my knight to get to f5.
Yeah, bishop takes. I think now it was not working. Just take on g3.
Queen takes g3.
Queen takes.
Bishop g2, rook g4.
Rook g4. Let's say rook e2.
Yeah, bishop b5. Still, it somehow looked to us that it's just a slow but sure mate. I mean. even if not immediately. But rook g8, knight f5. But maybe you're right. Maybe what you played was even simpler. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What I played was very direct, I think.
Because it looked like maybe white could have defended better. It was not.
Yeah, I think maybe you should have just sacrificed the exchange, knight f1 here, let's say.
We were not sure about e5, d5. We couldn't. Yeah, knight f1, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's bored.
And here d5, was it so
yeah,
easy?
I think he should have taken on e5, but yeah, I should take back, I think, right?
F5, and now what was, Judith, what was your idea? I think you had a good idea here to try. GF, yeah, GF and knight g5. Yeah.
Knight g5, okay.
Did you consider it?
Not really, knight g5, I missed knight g5.
It might be not so easy, in fact. I mean,
yeah, because bishop f5.
Rook takes maybe even or queen h5. I mean, at least white gets some rook e5, rook g5.
Yeah, rook e5, rook g5. Yeah, but this is okay, right? So somehow knight g6 or something.
No, I think it's clear that you have the upper hand.
I mean, obviously black is better, but just that because
white is not falling apart immediately.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then the rest was
the rest is just very passive. So.
Well, I think we let you go to relax. Congratulations. And it seems like there is a good chance that you're going to take the lead in the tournament, but there is a lot to be still working on.
Because now I can see that at minimum Fabiano can make a perpetual, at minimum.
Yeah, sure.
So
Thanks
we will
very
see.
much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye. Good luck.
Okay.
So let's see this queen g5 and king e3. This looks.
So now the question is it draw or there is something more for black after king e2, queen c4? I would consider.
C4, yeah, rook, bishop d3, rook d3.
Looks extremely dangerous for. Actually, maybe knight f4. Why not have knight f4 first? Looks killer with
no, I would maybe try to go to f1 then.
Sorry?
It's a beautiful variation. If king f1, rook takes d3, knight e5, rook h3. No, maybe it works. King f1, if rook d3, knight e5. Yeah. Because if rook h3 check, knight takes e4, rook h1 check, queen g1.
And the real threat is not knight c4, ladies and gentlemen, but knight f7 checkmate.
So what is king knight g2, king
But what
e2?
about just simply taking knight takes d3?
But that gives me at least time, and
maybe time.
Knight a3, even knight a3 maybe is possible, because you cannot take the knight, and at least but it's pawn up. White is pawn up.
Well, everything is hanging, but
at least my king is safe. That is already
So okay.
But maybe rook takes d3. Yeah, now I wanted to play knight e5, but it looks like it must be made. Yeah, rook e3, king d2. No, very
obvious moves.
Yes, check, king c1.
Actually, we have it on the board, queen c4, bishop d3, and 42 seconds for Aragnan. 42 seconds. 42 seconds. What is this game going to be?
Yes, and it's even not move 40. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have even this 10 seconds.
He has 7 moves to make in 40.
But now it's so direct that if it works, it works. Yeah, I mean, now it's becoming extremely forced. Yeah, the variation. So maybe.
But I'm sorry, but after rook d3, knight e5 is the only move, but maybe we don't see something.
I'm not sure knight e5 is the only move.
But knight e5, queen e4.
King f1.
Knight
Knight f7, check.
Knight f7 is still the threat. Knight f7, what a crazy
but I don't know. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing position.
33 seconds after rook d3. Knight e5 is the move. It's crazy for Aragnan.
No, I wanted to tell you that.
And he didn't play knight e5. He didn't play
rook takes d3 is also possible. I mean, that's
23 seconds, 21, 20. And he's hesitating whether to take queen f4. He has to go there, or he's moving out. 13 seconds.
King e3. King e3. But then at least king d2 is better. But at
What
least
about queen e4?
Yeah, queen e4, but then you could have gone king d2, queen e4, king d2, queen d3, king c1.
And
but,
queen f3?
And queen f3, yeah, that
And
was a blunder. Yeah,
isn't
that was just
game over? F7, bishop?
Yeah, f7, bishop anywhere, yeah.
Well, not so clear here. Rook d1 or
h6. Yeah.
h6. Well, I think we are far from over here.
No, probably.
Incredible game.
Yeah.
Incredible game. King e3, 15 seconds left. 15 seconds for 5 more moves. And even after that, only he's going to receive 10 seconds per move.
Yeah, but probably queen e4 check will going, because queen takes d3 check, king takes f4.
White stabilizes his king.
Yes, it's not AB, maybe AB 95. Yeah. No. Of course, queen e4 check probably. Queen d2 check also, but even king f3 is possible. So
well, okay, let's see queen e4, because
check,
that
king
seems
d2
to be the most straightforward, problematic move
king
for
d2,
white.
Queen takes d3 check, king c1, and something tells me it's probably losing by force.
Well, queen f3 is a must, I believe. Knight e2 is also possible.
Yeah, knight e2 is another option, but of course queen f3 is very logical.
But yeah, queen f3 should be.
If you can talk about logics in this position, and f7, yeah, is a knight d6.
What about knight d6?
Yeah, knight d6 all of a sudden.
Knight d6, and suddenly these knights always reach out to f7.
Yeah, queen takes h5.
Queen h5, queen f4.
Yeah, but at least I'm not losing. I mean, not immediately.
And I mean,
bishop h6, knight f7 check. Yeah.
Queen e4 is on the board.
Yeah,
King
but that's
d2.
Queen takes d3 check.
Queen d3,
King
king c1.
Maybe knight e2, yeah, but still takes knight
but after
d6.
knight d2, you take a knight d4 or knight d6 anyway. You're absolutely correct. Knight d6, and who is winning and why?
Yeah, that's quite it. But let's see what is going on after king c1.
10 seconds for Aronian, 10 seconds for Sri.
Yeah, but his queen takes, yeah, so he still has to make 3 moves, yeah?
But this is crazy for black, from black side, that after queen f3, maybe he's just having trouble after knight d6.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
you know
it's true. I don't really...
You know what? What about a takes b5 in order that after queen f4, rook a?
I think queen takes f3 is played. Queen takes f3 and f7.
F7, not knight d6.
Ah, knight d6. I don't know why, because it looks good. F7. Let's see.
Well, now queen g4 is also possible. What about the queen g4 game over?
Oh, yeah. Queen g4. Yeah, queen g4 is probably a refutation. Yeah. Poorly won. I mean,
4 seconds. 4 seconds for Aronian.
Poorly won. If it would happen that knight d6 was at least saving, yeah, that would be a really. Now I see. Knight d6, h6. Very simple.
Maybe that what was he blundering.
Was a move. Yeah. But now, of course, yeah, queen g4 is,
wow, what a game! Yeah. What a game, and how crucial game
I think
it is.
That he resigns.
And of course, Fabi is not going to miss something like this, and he played queen g4.
What an amazing game! I mean, I have to analyze it. I mean, not flawless. Yeah, I would say probably there were few inaccuracies, but of course, extremely entertaining game.
And I see that. Queen g4, it seems, Aronian.
Yeah, it's played and then Levon resigned. Yeah.
So actually, Fabiano, incredible fight and incredible saving moves, though it was quite shaky.
Very shaky, yeah.
It was quite shaky, but somehow it seems like Aronian is complaining a lot because he's...
Yeah, I can understand, because it's clear he had an advantage at some point.
He had an advantage, and well, he went down on time. And I think playing g4, it was a very shaky decision.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back to this point, let's see. I mean, here he went down on time, and he didn't have enough time to find the best move, even if g4 is really the best move.
Yeah, but it
was a very crucial decision by him.
Yeah, and then things started to be very unclear, and maybe even I would say, of course, it was anything could happen, but it was easier to play with black. I had a feeling black had more choices, after, and maybe Levon, maybe he could have given a queen. I mean, after I was not sure if it was so bad at the end of the game, but probably we will have Fabiano soon, and then he will give us lots of lines because he's calculating extremely well, and sure he will explain many things which are happening in this game. But here, bishop d3, rook takes
no,
d3.
here knight e5. This is what we were considering, right?
Yes, but probably we are missing something. It's probably that there is rook takes d1 check, but not even king d1. No, so rook e3 check, king d2. Maybe just take it on e5 at some point, or maybe we are missing some simple, takes, and maybe it's just bad here, somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if this is bad.
For who?
For one of two. AB, maybe just AB.
Well, AB, the g2 knight, we don't care, as far as I understand.
Yeah, I don't know. We will ask Fabi. He will tell us everything.
What about f7?
F7 is also a move to consider, obviously, but queen f4 check, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
It's still not clear.
But even what he played, rook d3, knight f4 check, I don't know if queen f4 is so bad, because you have these strong knights, and I don't know how bad is it. If you play queen takes f4, queen takes f4, no, queen takes f4 maybe. Queen takes f4, and let's say
knight d4.
Maybe knight d4. If you manage not to lose material, you get your king safe, knight to e5, maybe it's not too bad. It's just the question is if e5 is winning.
Well, e5, knight e6, queen e4.
Knight e6, queen e4, king d2, maybe queen c4, but it's you need a bit more than 13 seconds, in this position.
Time was a very important factor in this game. That somehow Aronian started to think too much.
It's never too much, but I would say, maybe Fabiano was more practical at minimum, here
it's interesting.
C4.
This is the second day that actually all three games are decided in classical game. And I don't know whether the
percentage of decisive games is just unprecedented, for a top tournament. It's way above 50% of amount of the games which were decided
in classical game,
In classical game, it's unprecedented. I think it's like good, maybe 70% or something.
Very interesting. And now we are having Duda lost.
So let's maybe check. Let's announce the standing after round 6, and we see if Fabiano is going to join us, or maybe he is having some kind of pills to cool down, valerian or something to. But for now, let's anyway.
The standing is incredible. Is the Millennium Boy is leading the tournament. He's just 17 years old, and he's leading with 13 points, as he won today and he won yesterday with the 2.2 classical game scoring. Magnus Carlsen is just behind him with 1 point less, with 12 points, as he also won. And we have the world champion. Congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
How was your game today? How do you feel? In the confessional booth, you were kind of complaining. Did we understand it correctly? You were not so happy?
No, basically what I was saying is that I knew this position after knight g3, but I was looking at it from afar, and I couldn't believe that. How are you supposed to play like this? Cannot black just go c5 and then be completely fine, or even more? But eventually, I found this.
idea with the pawn sack, and I sort of felt that it was a bit stupid, but I couldn't see what else to do, and I was sort of just hoping that it would give me decent compensation. Unfortunately, it did, yeah.
We had the feeling that you had, of course, complete compensation, but what is more? Was it more than that? Do you
I really don't think it was more than compensation, but maybe you could make the argument that it's easier to play for white. And I think what he did with knight c5 and then bishop a6 just didn't work tactically. So then, of course, it was a huge success.
And yeah, question why? I mean, oh yeah, I agree. It probably doesn't work. But if already knight c5, bishop a6 is played, knight g4, we were considering, and we thought maybe it can. I mean, I'm not. I doubt it works. But was it?
Okay, so what's the idea? I take an f8,
queen f8,
and b4.
And after b4, the idea was bishop d3 or some kind of move, because bc is not really threatening.
I know, but bishop d3, there's bishop d1.
Yeah, that's exactly where we stopped. Yeah, and then we thought, okay, maybe black at least has maybe some chances, because I mean, maybe it will somehow miraculously work tactically. Yeah, because
okay, I mean, maybe a computer finds some miracle, but.
So do you think already also that the bishop a6 itself was bad?
I think bishop a6 is in general bad if he cannot prevent b4 later on.
Yeah. And another question, Magnus, rook d8 if instead of rook c8. Somehow we could.
Yeah, this one. I mean, I thought I'm of course better, but I couldn't refute it.
This is what we consider that rook d8 seems to be still kind of holding on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I'll take and rook d2 probably.
Yeah, but it's at least a fight, because after rook c8 looks like almost anything wins. Yeah, and we thought maybe rook d8 there is a forced win, but we couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean rook d2. If I go b4, knight d3, I don't think this is too clear actually.
Mm-hmm.
I take e6, king h8, and yeah, bishop d3 and queen d3, I think.
Yeah, that was exactly the line we were also checking. Was not, we couldn't see. Yeah.
And yeah, bishop f6, gf6. This is the point, because queen d1. Then I have bishop. What am I talking about? Okay, don't listen to me. I thought I had. I thought I had rook f1, but knight on h5 is protected, so there is no mate. So.
But maybe queen e7 is possible. I mean, after queen takes d3, I'm just thinking.
Yeah. Something like queen e7, yeah.
Can be, I don't know.
But king g8, he's holding on.
Yeah.
Maybe I go like bishop f6 and then queen e7, and then I take a7. But this is also
at least some kind of fight, because
there is some queen d1, bishop f1, queen d4 takes b4. So this is not clear.
And the last question, just we thought maybe after knight e4, did you check, Magnus, the idea of playing, I think, knight e4, knight e4, knight c5 we were considering, and it looked pretty interesting.
What?
I mean, at the beginning, after knight g3, c5, cd, knight e4, I think maybe it was interesting to take on e4 and play knight c5. Did you consider it?
No, I didn't think so much about it. This was missed.
I'm not sure it is enough for equality, but who knows? We couldn't see clearly.
Okay, so if I take on d6 and then I take on e6.
Yeah, then what was our idea, Judith? I forgot already. I think knight takes e6 simply.
Yeah, just holding on, kind of.
Bishop c4, bishop d5.
Bishop c4, maybe queen c6.
Queen c6, queen g4.
Queen g4. Yeah, could be. But it's it can be also quite.
Queen e4.
I mean, at least it was interesting. Yeah, it looks like. But also maybe bishop d5 might be very close to draw. Yeah.
Okay, but here I mean I exchanged and I'm a pawn up. So this is
maybe after bishop c4 some also some.
Yeah, queen d5 was maybe interesting.
Or rook d8, who knows? Maybe black can manage somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway,
it's a bit sad.
Yeah, but in fact, we actually, when you played the c5, CD, we also went to this position, f2, rook f2, and in fact, yeah, I thought white is more comfortable. I mean, like, white is fighting for advantage, and maybe we'll get. Judith thought it was equal.
Yeah, so I mean, my first impression was definitely that it's equal, but maybe like it's just difficult for black to make moves.
Yeah, but I mean that because we saw your confessional and you were not so happy, but actually I thought that it was not a bad outcome of the opening. I mean, in practical sense.
Okay, but I mean, I understand in practical sense, but it feels like somehow the position should be equal. But...
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I will not keep you for too long, Magnus. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And you have a tough tournament to go. Firuza just took over for 1 point ahead, so the tournament is very exciting. Thanks and good luck. Yeah, very. And I think we are having Fabiano just about to take his seat also after the sanitization is going to be happening. Of course, the organizers are taking every possible measures to take against every possible problems which occur with the pandemic.
But it seems that everybody is doing well, fortunately now.
Yeah.
So far.
Hi. Congratulations,
Fabiano. I haven't seen anything as entertaining as this for quite a while.
Yeah, it was.
I must say. So I have lots of questions to you, and if you are not too tired, to go through the game and just to tell. I mean, I'm sure you saw much more than we did, so there were many interesting moments.
I'm less sure, but we'll see.
How was your state of mind before the game after having 2 losses just in the previous two rounds?
I mean, yesterday was kind of about as demoralized as I could get. I think I really didn't feel like playing,
but you had to.
Yeah, you have to, and okay, at least I thought I should try to play a normal game because the last 2 games were really, really bad. Both, I mean, not just the result, the quality was also, especially against Magnus, I was really disgusted with my play. So I thought at least let's play a normal game. I was actually really happy that I got a fight out of the opening. That at least it wasn't some foreign position where I have no chances and I just have to slowly equalize. At least I thought this was a very, very sharp fight.
So how did you feel around here after Rook A D1? Were you kind of Queen C7? Were you happy with the position?
Yeah, I was reasonably optimistic. I mean, it didn't have anything really to do with the evaluation because I wasn't sure if I was okay or not. But I kind of liked my position. It felt like I have a lot of potential here. And I also had a lot of time up on the clock. He was hesitating a lot, so that also made me feel a bit more optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point we had a feeling your position started to become very dangerous, yeah? Or you didn't, so you think you had everything under control?
No, I agree. It was dangerous.
Around this point, we felt that you started to get very passive after you moved back with your pieces.
Well, I was quite proud of this maneuver, but then I missed bishop c2, and I need 1 tempo, basically. If I get like rook a8, queen c5, my position is amazing. But I'm just not in time to play queen c5.
And here g4 was a very surprising move.
Yeah, I was expecting either knight g5 or knight e5. I was more worried about knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah. Knight e5, bishop e8, we couldn't see also. Looks danger, but we wouldn't. Yeah, bishop e8 and now queen out. Yeah,
like queen f3 maybe. I was quite worried, but
queen f3, yeah.
Yeah, queen. I'm not sure which is better. Queen e3 allows knight d5. That's only why I thought. Only reason why I thought queen f3 was more natural. And I wasn't sure if knight e6 is a huge threat or not. It's not so clear. Like I can play bishop h6 and take everything on e6 twice and rook d1. I just wasn't sure what this is. But it felt like he's also taking a responsible choice here. He is sacrificing a piece. I was very happy to see g4. I thought this is not a good move. It's very unlikely to be a good move.
And also, when he played g4, he went down on time. I think he was down under 15 minutes. So it looked double risky, kind of, that he was thinking quite a bit, and then he made this. Did he blunder something after g4? Your move f6 or?
Because I thought there was a big choice, of moves here for Black.
Yeah. So I know what his general evaluation was, because he told me after the game that he thought he was close to winning.
Wow.
And he also thought f6 was more or less a forced move. Yeah, I basically, at first I was thinking about moves like bishop e8, but then I saw f6 and I basically spent all my time on it. I stopped considering other moves because it felt like the most direct choice and also the most positional one to stop the knight from...
but what we couldn't really find out, what was after gf? What was the idea after gf?
e5.
Knight e5.
Take.
Yeah, f6.
Bishop f5.
Queen g3.
Bishop c2.
f7.
Yeah, f7 I think is forced. Bishop d1.
Yeah, bishop d1, and now ed.
And queen d8. And this is what I was basically counting on.
ed, queen d8, yeah, because it looks like, and queen e5.
Bishop g7.
Queen g7.
I protect
because you protect, yes, yeah.
So I thought I'd win a piece here, and it might be because like knight e6, I thought queen d6. And it's very important that after knight g5, my bishop comes back with bishop takes h5. I think it's very...
It works, yeah, I think.
Seemed to work in my calculation.
Because that was a very principal line, of course, yeah. And
actually, I thought the most interesting line was GF, e5, and rook takes e5.
Rook takes e5.
At first I couldn't believe it, but
rook takes e5.
fe5 and knight g5, and it's an unbelievable mess. Bishop f5, queen g3, I think is very good for white. It's a surprising mate on f7 coming. So I spent some time calculating knight g5, bishop e8, and I wasn't sure what's going on, but I didn't see anything like very good for him here. So I thought, okay, if he has to sack a rook, then let's make him sack a rook. Yeah. He's also taking a risk to lose the game pretty much instantly.
And on f6, you want knight
g6.
G6,
yeah. I'm like almost sure that I missed more than one thing in my calculations, but this is sort of what I was looking at.
Okay.
Nice g5.
Yeah, g5 I thought must have been a bad move because it looks kind of wrong also. I don't know. It just felt wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of it was a turning point in this game, right?
Yeah.
But still many things were happening. Yeah, it was maybe not so clear. Yeah, he had check in it too.
At first, when he played g5, I went into his position thinking I would be winning because I thought that I could play bishop b5 check first, c4 knight d5 instead of knight d5 immediately. And then I realized he has knight takes e6, which wins
after bishop b5.
Yeah, c4 knight d5 knight e6. I think it's the only move, but it's probably winning for white, or at least I'll have to find a miraculous way to survive. So then I had to go for the move order I didn't really want to go for. But I saw this queen g4 and I was quite happy because I thought at least he has to go queen g5 and at the very least I have a draw.
Does he have to? I mean, is it the only move you think?
I didn't see anything else. Like knight d4, knight f4, king e3, bishop h6 felt winning. I didn't really calculate further, but it felt like he's not going to survive with the king on h6. With the king on e3, sorry.
And
And other moves I just don't see at all.
And here, did you consider that you're winning already?
Well, when I went for this whole line with queen g4, I kind of...
What about knight e5?
Knight e5, we couldn't see a clear win after knight e5.
So I thought, okay, part of my consideration was that he's very, very low on time, and that basically I can play rook e3, king d2, and I thought...
And rook e5, yeah?
I thought I could play rook e5, yeah.
In the worst case, yeah. But rook e5 also, yeah, and AB we were thinking maybe.
AB he has queen g2.
Queen g2, yeah, I don't know if it's... But
it feels like winning rook d8. Rook d8, king d1.
Like, rook d8, rook d8.
Yeah, maybe the king just hides and queen f4, rook e3.
Yeah, but that's also...
I might have another move, like maybe maybe knight h4.
Knight h4, maybe. I'm also thinking knight d4, queen d4. Yeah.
But this endgame is probably complete mess.
But frankly, yeah, it's clear that it's very difficult. Probably it's winning, and I guess it's very difficult for white with seconds to play like this. Yeah.
Yeah, to play knight e5 with discovered check. Wait,
but then of course knight d6 was a serious move. Yeah.
When?
I mean, in this position here, knight d6. Yeah.
No, but knight d6, h6.
H6, yeah. That's but maybe only move h6. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have queen h5, queen f4, and it's
queen h5, queen f4, but that's already white is doing fine. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And
but
h6, and it seems to be winning.
It's actually very cute. He has this last try, knight f7, king h7, queen g6.
Knight f7.
I mean,
king h7, queen g6 check.
I can take and play king g8, which is kind of a nice. I mean, king g6 might also be winning, but
Yeah.
Yeah, what a game. I guess it will take a while to analyze it, even with the machines. It might be not so easy.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. The only thing it was missing was mutual time trouble, because I kind of always had time on my clock. If I was also down to seconds, then it would be quite a bit more exciting.
Well, now it was kind of, I felt that it was one of the most crucial games for the tournament, because it was not clear whether you can get back into the fighting for the lead. Of course, you're still a little bit behind, but tomorrow you are going to be playing with white against Magnus. How do you start thinking about this? What are your feelings about it?
Well, right now I can't even think about it. It's still a bit too soon after this game.
Too soon. Okay, so congratulations.
My experience shows that after such games, the most important is to fall asleep not 7 in the morning but earlier. Yeah, because when I played myself such games, I couldn't sleep the whole night because of the whatever was the result, because there was so much emotions during a game. Yeah, so I wish you Fabiano a good sleep today.
Thank you.
That is the most important, and we are looking forward for a big battle tomorrow.
Yeah, well, luckily I don't have any problems sleeping usually, especially if I win the game. Then I really don't have problems.
So have a good night's sleep and good rest, and good luck for tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Good night.
Bye. Well, wow, what a day. We had 3 decisive games. Today it was very emotional and very, very interesting. Magnus practically won quite smoothly in the game, because if we go back to the crucial point, what Magnus was highlighting as well, that practically he sacrificed the pawn, but as what we were discussing earlier, this bishop a6 and the queen e8 part, this was the most crucial thing. And even if he plays already here, he had one more chance to play instead of rook c8 to go rook d8 in this position. And but it seems like Magnus pointed out this was the only place where black could go better, but he was in a very good mood and he just won the game without too much trouble. I think we can say that.
Yes, that's true. I mean, but the position was
the game.
But position was complicated. I think that his opponent, he didn't really catch the sense of the position, so to say. Yeah, so I think once it got to rook takes f2, white definitely has compensation, but black needed to regroup to find really 2-3 very precise moves, and probably that would be enough to equalize, although still it's a long game ahead. But somehow the next few moves were really not coherent with each other, and then very quickly white
basically after rook c8 b4, the black had to go back to b7, white just played knight e4, rook f8 and bishop b1, and we saw that basically this was the best move, the clear win, which is a specialty by Magnus, that he's not complicating things. Probably he calculated all the lines, and then he just said, okay, bishop b1, and it should be winning. And actually he did a good job. Then we had the other game with the talented player, 17 years old only, 17 years old, Firuza Alireza, was playing against Tari. He had a complicated game in the middle game. just when he played g5. This was kind of a very interesting way of playing. And after c4, he went out. It was very clear storm he wanted to make against his young opponent, right?
But actually, here it looked to me pretty fine for white. I mean, it's a complicated position. I think black is doing fine, but white has his chances. And then next, I would say few moves were rather strange. I'm not already sure about b4 maybe, because it just let the knight maneuver to the other flank. I think maybe some move like rook c3 instead of b4. Just a healthy bishop f4. I don't know, but let's say, and maybe something like rook c3. It looks like a very solid move, you know, preparing g3, getting out from the spin of the bishop on f4. Maybe rook can be present, I mean, can protect the king side, and the knight stays on c6. I don't know, but it looks to me that the position is pretty balanced and complicated. But then very soon, things started to turn into black's favor, it seems to me, and probably g3 was an over-optimistic move, a few moves further. And then we all know already that Firouzja Reza, when he has attack, you don't need to ask him twice, you know, to mate his opponent. He is doing it really well. And maybe white could have defended better, I'm sure, but here the position was already, it seems to me, humanly at least, is already quite difficult for
well,
white.
I also believe that after g4 it was the boat was drowning for Ariana. I think it was so difficult. I mean, the knight is on e7, just getting ready to go to f5 and attack on g3. The queen, the bishop is looking on the g3, the g file, the one rook, and then later on another rook came to the g5. So it was extremely difficult. But okay, so this game, by winning this game, Firouzja took the lead with 13 points after round 6, and we have 4 to go. But we had one more very interesting game, which was amazing, and it was with full of tension. And maybe we can say that the most exciting game was this one, because
I would say that maybe it was the most exciting game I've seen in quite some time. Yeah, maybe in a couple of years. Or I don't know. It was such a complicated game. So many difficult decisions for both sides to make. Yeah, incredible game, which we probably should really spend first some time analyzing deeply. And only then we would have some conclusions. But I mean, bravo to both players, even if their play maybe was not perfect at times, but it was a very, very big fight. And considering the complexity of the position, it was a very good level play.
Well, this was the most critical moment, I believe, when he played, Levon Aronian played g4, and we considered it during our analysis that it was a risky move, and also not only because g4 was by objectively maybe a risky move, but also because Aronian went down under 15 minutes here. And it was very clear that it's going to be a huge mess on the board, and Fabiano has all the good nerves and great calculation skills. So it was very clear that it's going to be extremely difficult, no matter what is the evaluation of the position. And after his 2 painful losses, Fabiano really was great in calculation, as he just shared with us just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. I must say that I was impressed by his calculation. Yeah, I mean, very complicated lines and how much he calculates. And how well, it's very difficult to compete with him in this part of the chess game for anyone. Yeah, and Levon is really not a weak player in this sense also, but I know I've played myself with Fabiano more than once, and I know when it gets to such complicated positions with a lot of different possibilities, seemingly a lot, he just calculates. It's incredibly very difficult to fight with him. And I think, I mean, we'll check with the computer later, but it seems that he did a very good job from some point on, and probably he was making the best moves, which is, I can assure you, in this position, extremely difficult.
Well, I think this was a really amazing game, and it's, amazing lines were shared by Fabiano. We also had a lot of fun, I think, in this game with all kind of spectacular checkmates and ideas and everything. But Fabiano won, and he recovered kind of after his 2 losses. And now the standing is that the 17-year-old talented guy, Firuza, took the lead with 13 points. Magnus Carlsen has 12 points. Aronyan, he was the leader before this round, but now he's stayed with 11 points, which does not mean that he's still on the fight for the first place, of course. And Caruana has 10 points right now. And Duda has 4. He stayed with 4 points, and Ariane with 1.5 points. He was losing today. And tomorrow we have again an incredible fight, an incredible battle, which we are very much looking forward. Jan will be playing against Ariane again. Ali Reza will play against Levon. It's going to be huge fight, as of course Levon wants to kick back tomorrow and going back to the lead again. And of course the game between Fabiano and Magnus. What do you think about tomorrow?
It's yesterday was an incredible round. It's like every day here. You think that it cannot get better, but it gets better. Yeah, it gets more and more exciting with every day. So we are really having an incredible tournament with so many interesting games, dramatic games, and I think very good quality games. So I don't know. To me, it looks like what can be better than those last 2 rounds. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe we will see something even more exciting. But of course, for me, the most, serious. The most interesting game in all senses will be the game Caruana Carlsen. They're playing together, tomorrow.
Yes.
So Fabiano, he has white. He lost in the first round of this tournament, so it's absolutely no doubt he will try to play for a win. I'm sure that Magnus will not also come to a game just thinking about the draw, even because he never does it. Because he also wants to fight for the first place. So, but also other games will be very interesting. So let's see how it will be. But we are having I would say, big festival of chess here in all senses. Yeah, it's a fantastic tournament, and I guess we all wish that it will never end. Yeah, but unfortunately, it seems to me that one day it will. So, but we still have 4 more days, 4 more rounds, and very happy to be with you here to comment. And thank you, Judit, for joining us, for joining me. And we see each other probably tomorrow, as usual, at 5 o'clock, not 1 minute later than 5.
Well, to our viewers, thank you very much for watching. It's a great pleasure for us that you're with us and you follow us, and I hope it's interesting for all of you. Definitely, I can say that it's a great pleasure to analyze and have fun with Vladimir from day to day. We just finished round 6 of the Altibox Norway chess tournament. It's the 8th edition, and I can't wait to be here tomorrow with Vladimir and challenge ourselves and try to follow the games, which will be extremely exciting. And as Vladimir just said it, from day to day, it's getting more exciting. And we are hoping to meet you tomorrow here again. Thank you, Vladimir, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Time, precision, and raw will. That's what drives me.
4th on the grid, Marius Nak and the Norwegian driver.
5,000 hours a year. In my line of work, milliseconds separates the best from the next best. In a constant battle against time. That's why time is so important, especially when I'm home in Ålesund. In many ways, this is where I get my inspiration. This is where it started. Therefore, it's always good to come home. I have an amazing team behind me. They are very important, allowing me to focus on what's my job. Millisecond for millisecond.